Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I'm not much of a woo-woo person, as my niece likes to call it. I like spreadsheets, predictable outcomes, and honestly the smell of fresh coffee in the morning. But something happened maybe a week ago that I can't quantify. And frankly, I'm still sitting in my living room looking at the empty space on the couch where it occurred. Back in college about 15 years ago, I dated a girl named Elena. We were that it couple, the kind that everyone assumed would eventually get married and have a brood of kids. It didn't happen. Life, distance, and the slow erosion of young love took care of that. We hadn't spoken in nearly a decade, save for the occasional happy birthday text that eventually fizzled out around 2018. Elena had a signature. It wasn't a piece of jewelry or a catchphrase. It was a scent. It was this high-end, slightly obscure perfume, something with notes of wet pavement, gardenias, and a sharp hit of ozone. She called it the storm. I don't know what it was really called, though. Last Tuesday, I was sitting in my house. It was perfectly mundane. No windows were open because it's January and freezing. No candles were lit. I was just scrolling through my phone, the TV humming in the background, and then it hit me. It wasn't a faint whiff. It was as if someone had walked directly into the room and shattered a bottle of the storm on the hardwood floor. I froze, with my heart racing at first, and then it just paused. The scent was so thick I could almost taste the gardenias on my tongue. It was intoxicating and jarringly familiar. For a split second, I wasn't 37 in a suburb. I was 21 again, sitting in a cramped dorm room, watching Elena brush her hair. "Do you smell that?" I actually said it out loud to the empty room. I stood up and walked toward the kitchen, following the trail. The scent moved. It didn't dissipate like a normal aerosol. It felt like it was swirling. It settled on the couch, right next to where I was sitting. I sat down on the spot next to it. The air felt inexplicably warm. I didn't feel scared. I guess the strangest part was I felt this overwhelming sense of peace. It felt like a hug from someone who had already left the room. I sat in that scent for 20 minutes, just remembering her laugh, the way she used to tuck her hair behind her ear. She wasn't dead, so I don't know why I was remembering her in such a way. The scent began to fade at exactly 7:42. It didn't drift away, just ceased to be, leaving the room smelling like stale air and old upholstery again. Something magnificent and beautiful, and now just regular. I sat there thinking about her, considering reaching out even. It was 8:15 p.m. when my phone buzzed. It was Mark, a mutual friend from the college days, one who had married his sweetheart. We hadn't spoken in over a year. "Hey, man." His voice was thick and forced. "I didn't want you to see this on social media first. It's about Elena." I already knew. I think I'd known since the first hit of gardenia touched my nose. "She's gone, isn't she?" I asked. Mark paused, surprised. "Yeah, about an hour ago. Complications from that surgery that she had last month. It was sudden. Caitlin said she passed peacefully around 7:30. I looked at the clock. 7:30 p.m. had to have been exactly when the smell had filled my living room. I have spent the last few days Googling olfactory hallucinations, grief response, trying to find a logical bridge to cross. But the data doesn't add up. Not how I like it. I wasn't thinking about her. I wasn't grieving. I was thinking about my taxes. But I believe she found me. In those final moments, when the soul is supposed to be untethering itself from the world, she took a little detour, stopped by a quiet house 3 states away, just to leave a little bit of her storm behind. I really hope she heard me when I told her thanks for stopping by, and I hope she knew how much I loved her. I've spent most of my life feeling like a radio tuned slightly between 2 stations. There was the world that everyone saw, the beige walls of my office, the taste of lukewarm tea, the sound of traffic, and then there was this other thing. Doctors called it sensory processing sensitivity. My mother called it being high-strung, but I knew, even at 24, that it was something else. It started many years ago. I was standing in a bookstore in Seattle the first time. I was reaching for a poetry collection when my entire world tilted. A sudden, sharp heat flare in my right palm. It wasn't a burn. It was a localized, searing warmth, as if I had just reached out and grasped a hand made of sunlight. At the same moment, the scent hit me. It wasn't perfume, but a memory. It was the smell of sea salt, wood smoke, and a very specific, expensive brand of peppermint gum. My heart didn't just speed up, it changed its cadence entirely. It took on a rhythm, a thump, thump, pause, thump, like it was trying to match a beat coming from a different room, a different person. I looked at my hand. It was flushed bright red. My brain was scrambling for a reason, an allergy, a sudden fever. But my body wasn't scared. My body felt found. "Are you okay?" a clerk asked, noticing me leaning against the shelf. I couldn't answer because my lungs were suddenly full of the smell of a bonfire on a rainy beach. I wasn't in a bookstore anymore. For 5 seconds, I was somewhere else, feeling the weight of a heavy wool coat on my shoulders and the taste of peppermint on my tongue. Then, as quickly as it came, the signal snapped. The heat left my hand. The bookstore returned. That was the day I stopped listening to my doctors. I started listening to my body. I began to track these episodes. I realized that I wasn't having panic attacks. I was having intersections. I'd be sitting in a quiet room and suddenly feel a sharp phantom pain in my left knee, only to find out later that somewhere, someone I was tethered to had just tripped. I'd wake up with the taste of espresso in my mouth at 3 a.m. My heart would be racing with a stranger's excitement. I began to theorize about twin flames, not the star-crossed lovers version from Instagram, but the biological reality of it. If energy cannot be created or destroyed, then surely the energy that makes up me has a counterpart, a twin system, 2 bodies sharing one nervous system across the map. I realize it sounds insane, but you can't feel what I'm talking about, or maybe you can, maybe you just haven't tried. 3 years after the bookstore incident, I moved to a small town in Maine. I didn't know why I chose it. I just followed a pull in my chest that had become a constant low-grade hum in my daily life. The other coast. It's where I was supposed to be, and I just knew it. I was walking down a narrow pier when the static reached a deafening volume. The heat in my right palm returned, the same searing solar warmth from 3 years ago. The smell of sea salt and wood smoke, it didn't just drift by. It enveloped me, and my heart picked up a strange rhythm. Thump, thump, pause, thump. I started walking. I didn't turn around. I didn't have to. The smells. You have the peppermint. I whispered. The words, they were slipping out before I could even actually think. Excuse me, are you all right? A voice replied. I turned, and he was standing there, looking exactly like the feeling I'd been carrying in my blood. He was wearing a heavy wool coat. He looked exhausted, his eyes wide with that same biological shock that I was feeling. He held up his left hand, offering me the gum. His hand was flushed bright red, the exact mirror of the heat in my right palm. And then, slightly like the bookstore, the red glowing, it went away, and it was just the two of us, standing there. We didn't need to exchange life stories. Our bodies had been narrating our lives to each other for a decade. Truly, that's how it felt. He told me that 3 years ago, on a Tuesday in March, he'd been sitting on a rainy beach in Oregon, thinking about a girl he'd never met, burning his hand on a thermos of tea while chewing peppermint gum. He'd felt a tug, one that was so strong, he stood up and started walking east. And that's where he settled down, where I met him, in Maine. I realized that this might not be a ghost story or paranormal, but it's something. Physics of the heart. I mean, we're taught that we begin and end at our skin. We're taught that our senses are local. But isn't it proof that your body is paying attention to the entire universe? It's listening for the one frequency that matches your own. I still have these sensory episodes, but maybe I'm just not as in tune with them anymore. Because if my heart skips a beat or I feel a pain somewhere, I don't tend to look at doctors. I just reach across the way and take his hand. The frequencies align, static clears. The universe finally feels like it's in tune. And if that's not magic, I don't know what is. I remember the air in my room didn't just feel cold. It felt heavy, like actual fog was in there. I didn't wake up to an alarm or a noise, I just arrived. My eyes snapped open at exactly 4 a.m. It was my 18th birthday, and the first thing I saw wasn't the glow of my phone or the moonlight hitting the curtains. It was him. He was standing at the foot of my bed, a silhouette carved out of the darkness that somehow managed to be more like solid than a shadow. I didn't scream. My lungs felt like they were filled with cotton. A strange, buzzing stillness settled over all of my limbs. I recognized him instantly, which is a bizarre thing to say about a man who died 2 months before I took my first breath. I've spent 18 years memorizing his face in grainy 4x6 glossies and silent home movies, but seeing him in 3D was different. He didn't look like a ghost from a movie. No glowing aura. No rattling chains. He just looked there. He stood there, hands at his sides, watching me with an expression that was impossible to pin down. It was pride mixed with a deep, quiet longing. I tried to form a word. Dad. But my throat was locked. We just existed there together in the silence of the early morning. It felt like an eternity compressed into a few minutes. Then, as the first hint of gray light began to bleed through the window, the weight of the room lifted. He didn't fade. He was just suddenly gone, leaving me staring at my laundry basket. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat there until the sun was fully up, feeling a warmth in my chest that didn't match the morning chill. Downstairs, the kettle was whistling. My mom was already at the table, clutching a mug of Earl Grey. The kitchen smelled like French toast, a mundane contrast to the impossible thing that I'd just witnessed. I sat down across from her, my hands shaking slightly as I poured my own tea. "I think my father came to see me last night," I said. I expected her to laugh or tell me I was dreaming. Instead, she lifted her eyes, and they met mine. She didn't look surprised. She looked peaceful. "I think he did too," she whispered. She told me that she'd had a dream, though she used the word dream tentatively. In it, he walked into her room, looking exactly as he had the day they got married. He sat on the edge of her bed and told her that he could finally go now. He told her that she had done a good job, that we were okay, and that he'd seen the man I had become. It was eerie, hearing her confirm the exact timing of his departure. But more than that, I felt seen. I'd spent my life feeling like a sequel to a book that was lost before I could read it. That night, for the first time, I felt like the author came back to check the final draft. Happy birthday to me, I guess. I haven't had a nightmare in over a decade. Most people would call that a blessing, but for me, it feels more like a radio that was abruptly unplugged while a song was still playing. When I was 13, I didn't have a normal girlhood. While my friends were obsessing over boy bands and lip gloss, I was terrified of the sunset. Because for a window of about 18 months, my brain became a terminal for people that I'd never met. I'm 29 now. I've spent most of my adult life studying the biological resonance of the human body. I've learned that children are often more porous. Their nervous systems haven't yet learned how to filter out the background noise of the universe. For most, that means imaginary friends. For me, it meant dying 6 times a month. The first time happened when I was just 12. It's the reason that I can't look at old-fashioned radiators without my chest tightening. I was fast asleep when I was suddenly shoved into a dream that felt more real than my waking life. The air was frigid, smelling of damp wool and copper. I felt a sharp, crushing weight on my chest. I couldn't expand my lungs. I felt the heat leaving my body, replaced by a heavy, leaden sleepiness. I felt my eyes fixate on a cracked ceiling tile with a water stain that looked like a bird. I woke up on my bedroom floor, gasping for air, my ribs actually aching as if I'd been crushed by a physical weight. I was 12. I didn't know how to tell my mom that I had just died in an attic. 2 hours later, we heard sirens. A house 3 blocks over. An elderly man had been fixing a leak in his crawl space, and a beam had given way. He was found dead at 6 a.m. I had died with him at 4:15. For that year, I was a ghost passenger. I never saw their faces. I only saw what they saw, felt what they felt. The medical community would call it clairsentient or synesthesia, but as an adult researcher, I call it somatic entanglement. It's the idea that when the cord of life snaps, it releases a burst of energy. Most people's bodies ignore it, like a radio ignoring a station it isn't tuned into or close enough to. But for some reason that year, my body was the only tower in the area. I felt a teenager's adrenaline as his car hydroplaned on the highway. I felt the sudden, terrifying silence of a woman's heart failing in her sleep. I didn't just see it. I was like a biological mirror. If they felt a chill, I shivered. If they felt a sting, I bled. Not real blood, but the feeling of it, deep in my blood. It's just growing pains, the doctors told my mother. An overactive imagination. I can't believe people just believe that. But my imagination kept a perfect tally of the local obituaries. The most quote-unquote heartwarming part of this, if you want to call it that, was the realization that I was never scared for myself. I was scared for them. There was a strange, silent intimacy in it. I was the only person in the world who knew exactly what their last second felt like. I was their secret witness. Then, on my 15th birthday, it just stopped. I woke up that morning feeling a lightness that I hadn't known in over a year. The buzzing in my blood was gone. The pull in my chest had vanished. I waited for the dreams to return, but the nights remained stubbornly, blissfully dark. It's been over 14 years. I've often wondered if my body simply grew a thicker skin, or maybe that station I was tuned into just moved to a different frequency. So I don't know if I was haunted by the dead. I think I was a strange part of them. Science says that we're all connected by a field of energy, the Higgs field, the quantum vacuum. Call it what you want. I believe that for 18 months, the universe forgot to close the door between me and the rest of that field. I'm an adult now. I have a career, a mortgage, a life built on logic, obviously. But I still keep a notebook by my bed, just in case. Because even though the radio's been silent for 14 years, I can remember the music. I know that out there, someone is always leaving the room. And even if I don't feel them anymore, I hope there's some 14-year-old girl out there, wide awake in the dark, holding the door open so they don't have to walk through it alone. I was acquitted for manslaughter back in '98 for my participation in an exorcism. The charges were reduced from murder, then dropped after the jury was able to hear my testimony. Before my defense, if you were to simply read my case on paper, all of it would be too much to take in and digest fully. Even the reporters I first talked to couldn't wrap their minds around what I told them. It was against my best judgment talking to them. The things I said in the interview were taken out of context. Some of the answers I'd given were altered to better fit the narrative that the reporter was hoping that they could use to sell papers with. I believe accountability is the seed that grows character. And although my reasoning could be misinterpreted as excuses, I took full responsibility for everything that occurred. I was in charge of everything, and because of my poor judgment, I deserved to be stripped of my position in the church. Even if they hadn't requested my compliance, I was already planning on stepping down because the things I witnessed firsthand were enough to shake me to my core. Everything was documented in the exorcism's official ledger of accountability and confirmed by my assistant Adam as true. Claims and documents that weren't deemed admissible or shared in the court. Documents that would have drastically cut the length of my trial, and therefore the time that I spent sitting in a cell waiting to see a judge. The story was suppressed, and I was the lamb they chose to sacrifice in order to hide the truth. It's extremely easy to gaslight and pathologize a story of this nature. How could you not? If I was just some everyday Joe that worked in an office with no background in this specific religious field, I wouldn't believe it either. I wouldn't want to believe it. It feels better that way. It's safer to think that monsters aren't real because fake things can't hurt you. So, when you look at the case from a skeptic's point of view, you'll jump to other more grounded conclusions when questioning how two people lost their lives during an exorcism. It requires no effort for the church to cover things up in that rural township. The same cops that bring their families to church every Sunday are the very cops getting paid to look the other way, to tamper with evidence and influence the congregation's policies. After I was let go, I was harassed daily by the roving gang of local law enforcement. They would pull me over for any infraction they could find. Often they couldn't find one, so they'd make it up, giving me tickets for anything, just to simply waste my time, show me who was in charge. I'd like to say that I was brave and stood up to the bullying, and for a year I did, but it exhausted me physically and spiritually. And I realized I wasn't gaining anything by standing my ground, and they had no plans on welcoming me back to the community. Their agitations grew increasingly more violent. The straw that broke the camel's back was when I heard my front window get shattered in the middle of the night. I walked out into the living room, and the carpet was covered in glass. Through the shards of glass, still stuck in the window frame, I can see a car accelerate out of an exhaust plume that had collected around the tires while it had been idle. I watched stunned as the taillights shrank into the dark. Then I moved my gaze back to the foreground. There was nothing left of my front window. A football-sized rock with a note taped to it had glitterized glass into my carpet. The note was written in black Sharpie, ending with 3 cartoonish exclamation points. It said, "Call the cops." I stayed awake the rest of that night in fear that they'd come back and have full access to me with the giant hole they'd created. The very next day, I'd make a few calls and spend 6 months quietly working with an out-of-town realtor to sell my house. Then in '99, I filled as many of my worldly belongings into a single suitcase and took a Greyhound in the middle of the night. And 3 days later, I'd be in Georgia, spend the next couple of years getting back on my feet, working odd jobs, living with a charitable cousin that took pity on me until I could reinvent myself again. I say reinvent purposefully, because who I was is not who I am today. To a certain extent, it's good for everyone to say that, you know? Growing from who you used to be is healthy. I heard a joke that says, if you run into an old friend and they say you haven't changed one bit, that's not a compliment. It's not referring to your kindred spirit. In nice words, that's their way of telling you that since high school, your maturity level maintained consistent and how through you, they can see how far they've come comparatively. My reinvention didn't come from peaking in high school. On the contrary, I wouldn't say I had any sort of peak in high school, not even an incline. I focused diligently on my faith and studies, believing wholeheartedly what my purpose was on this planet. I was to serve God and spread His word however I could. To become an ordained priest, I did 4 years of undergraduate philosophy, theology, and an additional 4 years of seminary training. I passed with flying colors in my psychology screening and received my ordination by a bishop that I'll leave unnamed. The same bishop authorized me as a diocesan exorcist and formally assigned me to my district. In my apprenticeship, we didn't receive a single request for our assistance, and I spent most of my time memorizing the Ritual Romanum. It's our rule book for exorcisms. It would be long after my apprenticeship had ended that I'd receive my first real summon. The church didn't take every exorcism call we received. There was a strong vetting process to rule out the slew of other reasons an individual could believe they or a family member might be possessed. Needless to say, I was genuinely surprised when the church called upon my services. I now had an apprentice under me at the time, the young man I previously referenced as Adam. Small in stature, Adam reached only 5'4". In another life, he would have made a most successful career as a horse jockey with a slim frame that weighed 120 pounds, soaking wet. Taking him along with me was the first error I'd made that night. Even before we got to the house, there was a nervous pit in my stomach, one that I didn't tell Adam about. I was the lead priest, an expert in the field. So I paused to ask you what your definition of an expert is. I debated that question silently the entire trip there. See, during the philosophical chapters of my studies towards mastery, I read about Plato's allegory of the cave. Then, years later, I was reminded of this thought experiment as I sat in the passenger seat to our destination. When we arrived, the family already had the girl restrained to a wooden chair. She looked to be around 13 years old. I'm going to call her Katie. It was only the three of them living there: Mom, Dad, and Katie. The temperature inside the house was freezing. When we walked in, it was difficult to remain professional and ignore the state of the house. The walls were littered with holes and scratches. The smell of death hung in the air. We watched as Katie thrashed around in her chair, desperately trying to free herself. I approached her, and I said, "My name is Father B. I'm here to help you. Do you understand me?" Katie replied with a guttural tone that would have been impossible for a child to produce. It would be difficult for an adult to reach an octave this low, if not professionally trained as a baritone singer. She tilted back and laughed. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head. The parents anxiously whispered behind me, clutching holy medals and pacing. While Adam dims the lights and sets 4 candles in the corner of the room, I placed a chair directly facing the girl, about 3 or 4 feet away. Then Adam stood behind me, holding the ritual book. Before the beginning rite, I tell the family, when I begin, you may hear things that frighten you. You must not speak unless I ask. You must not touch her. And under no circumstances should anyone unfasten these restraints. I then began to perform invocation prayers designed to draw the demon out more. Katie stopped laughing, and for a brief moment the house was eerily silent. Her breathing shifted, and all of the candle's flames leaned in towards her. Her head tilted forward again, her eyes still rolled white. A line of red blood trickled from the corner of her mouth like drool. The deep voice returned, and her teeth were stained red with blood when she spoke. Her comments were directed towards Adam, addressing him by his name that had yet to be introduced. It made me proud how strong he was. In the true face of evil, Adam didn't shake. Next, I took out my holy water and gently sprinkled droplets over her, which gave an immediate response. Katie recoiled with ferocity, enough to break the back leg of the chair. The skin that was touched by holy water turned red and blotchy. I could hear the parents' fear start to rise. As I started to sing the litany of saints, Adam responds with his ritual lines. The chair Katie still tied to then started to shake and rattle on the ground in front of us. This is not the actual exorcism yet. What Adam and I did was successfully stir the nest. Now the exorcism could begin. My years of studies were put to the test, and I executed them with precision. Lifting up my crucifix, I said, "I command you, unclean spirit, in the name of Jesus Christ, reveal yourself." When Katie replied, her voice was a little girl's again. She started crying in hysterics, begging her mom and dad to untie her. They were gut-wrenching pleas for help, but nobody moved. Soon her voice was again replaced by a low demonic growl. It laughed and accused the dad of previous infidelities, along with a flurry of other supposed vicious family secrets. Whether they were lies or issues that were ignored, neither parent budged from where they were standing. I'm going to refer to Katie as the demon now, because what I was dealing with was no longer a little girl. The demon had fully taken over Katie's body. I'd underestimated its power, and none of the books that I'd spent years studying could have prepared me for what happened next. With a wave of her left hand, the demon happily showed us that the fall did in fact allow her freedom from the restraints. Then she started rapidly digging at her other restraints, ripping the ropes along with the skin of her forearms with the nails of her freed hand. That's when I had to get on the ground to try to restrain her again, but her strength was overpowering. It took both Adam and the dad having to help hold her arms and legs as the demon kept putting up a fight. My attention was focused on tying her arms up again. What happened next was Adam's account. He says that he looked up and saw that all of the candles that we'd lit were now levitating in their respective corners. The candles looked like they were all on strings, hanging in the air. Then, they all fell down from the sky, lighting the curtains and anything else they touched on fire. I could feel the heat, but wasn't aware of how fast it was spreading. Adam told the mom to go outside, call the fire department. But he says that she just stood there, like she was in a trance, breathing deeply, inhaling the black smoke until she collapsed. Seeing that, Adam had the wherewithal to not only get their house phone amongst the flames, but as he was calling emergency services, he was able to drag the mother outside. The dad and I remained inside, struggling to wrap the rope around the demon's arm as they bit and scratched at us. I could feel the heat of the fire getting close to me. It felt like my skin was starting to cook. I let go of the demon. I grabbed the dad by the shoulder, trying to pull him or at least signal that we needed to leave. But as soon as I let go, the demon got him in a headlock and squeezed. Nothing I did would have freed him from her grasp. With my last breath of oxygen, I was able to crawl out. Adam pulled me the rest of the way when he saw me exit the threshold of the smoky front door. My brain went into autopilot after that. The last thing I remember was Adam dragging me into the cold dew of the grass. I was told that I remained awake, that the police arrived to a house fire, 2 dead bodies, one of that being a child, and a priest shouting prayers in Latin and bleeding in the front yard. I was the lead. I took full responsibility for what happened. I gave Adam my house keys and told him that I have cats that he needed to feed. Then, the police arrested me. The prosecutors argued that the candles, my candles, were the true weapon that night. Ritual paraphernalia, they called them. A careless priest, an unstable girl, an open flame. A recipe for tragedy they insisted any reasonable man would have foreseen. They badgered me on the stand about procedure, protocol, evacuation plans. Why Latin? Why stay so long in a burning house? Why continue a rite instead of abandoning it? Every answer I gave only seemed to make me sound more unhinged. At least that's what I thought. But my lawyer took a different approach. He didn't try to make me sound heroic. He didn't even try to make me sound competent or convince the jury of demons. He argued that in a world of religious intervention, recognized by the state, authorized by the church, there exists a gray zone where intention supersedes methodology. He brought up obscure cases from the 50s, the 70s, times when courts reluctantly acknowledge that spiritual practice sits outside the neat lines of secular judgment. In that gray zone, he said, I'd acted accordingly to training, even if the results were catastrophic. The jury didn't absolve me. I could see it in their faces when the verdict was read, but they didn't condemn me either. So they chose the only option left. They let me walk out of that courtroom with a life that didn't feel like mine anymore. But they did let me walk out. I started working at the old plant back in 2014. It used to make lawnmower engines and whatever else they folded into the back rooms over the years. Now it's a sandwich of humming machines, stacked pallets, and half-forgotten tools with paint flaking off like old scabs. We always joke the fluorescent bulbs buzz more than they glow, and that there's this constant smell of oil and warm metal that gets into your clothes and your hair. It never quite leaves. You learn the building like you learn an old town, where the floorboards give, which stair squeaks by itself, which door sticks in damp weather. You notice how sound travels in a place. A footstep in the metal stairwell will echo like someone's pacing a courtroom. And that's where most of the weird stuff happens. The stairs, the loading dock, the old office that's been used for storage since whoever owned this place last quit paying attention. We've had noises since day one. Steps when no one's going up the stairs. Doors opening and then nothing passing through them. Sometimes tools rattling on a bench, like someone had just set them down. At first you chalk it up to the building settling, a raccoon, or the night shift radio picking up a station and spitting out half a song. The longer you work here, the more generous you get with your explanations, until you aren't. The oddest part is that at least 3 of us have seen the same thing. A man in overalls. Not a shape or trick of the light or something like that. A figure. Walking slow or standing at the top of the metal stairwell, like he's waiting for someone to get off the lift. Overalls, cap, hands in his pockets. The sort of silhouette that your brain fills in when you remember factory postcards. He looks like he belongs here, even though he doesn't. I'll tell you the sightings that we all still bring up. The first time was the winter after I was hired. It was a weeknight, late. The office lights were off. I was stacking boxes on the second floor mezzanine. My buddy Aaron was on the forklift down below. Jen had already gone home early. I heard the stairs first. 3 measured steps, like they knew the rhythm of the building. I assumed that it was the night janitor. But when I looked at the top of the stairwell, leaning on the handrail was a man in a faded blue overalls, watching the floor like you watch a loading bay. He was far enough away that the fluorescent glare softened him into a cutout. But I could see the outline of his cap, the way that his shoulders were set. I remember thinking he looked tired, like a man who'd finished a 12-hour shift and was waiting for the bus. I shouted, "Hey, you all right up there?" My voice made the place feel less empty. He slowly turned his head. He was acknowledging me, but didn't descend. I waved. He didn't wave back. Then, as plainly as my radio would cut out, he was gone. No footsteps down the stairs or a shadow moving. Nothing. I told Aaron, half embarrassed but half relieved. Aaron shrugged, rubbed his chin, and said, "Nice of him to finally show up." That became a line that we used whenever something creaked, a joke to pepper over the weirdness. The second time was summer, and it was 2 years later. We were setting up for an early shift with the morning crew. Mark, who's been at the plant for forever, swore that he'd heard someone humming while he was fixing a conveyor belt near the old office. He called out and the humming stopped. He looked up and there was a man there, standing in the doorway between the office and the storage room, overalls rimmed with grease. Mark called across, "You lost?" The man tipped his cap like he understood. Then, when Mark walked over, the doorway was empty. The hum came back for a second, and then the building had that same quiet as it does at dawn. The third was the weirdest because we had more people around to confirm it. Last winter, a delivery came late, and a handful of us stayed after the unload. We worked the loading dock in a half circle, tossing boxes and joking about who'd have to serve overtime pizza. I had my back to the stairwell when Derek said, "Hey, you see that?" We all looked and saw him, the man at the top of the stairwell, hands in his pockets, face mostly shadowed under the brim of a cap. He was watching the dock like a foreman. We called up to him because that's the normal human thing to do. "Everything good?" someone asked. No answer, so we hollered again, louder, crossing the concrete between us and the stairs. When we reached the base of the steps and craned our necks to look up, the stairwell was empty. We all stood there for a minute. We could clearly see where the exit was, and nobody came out the exit. Unable to let it go, Derek ran up to check. No one. We all just stood there for a minute, and then Aaron said, with the exact mix of gallows humor and relief that we always have, "About time he clocked in, I guess." And we laughed, because what else do you do? New hires would ask about the guy, and we'd tell them the story in a tone that was somewhere between a campfire yarn and an occupational hazard briefing. We traded little details. He always wore overalls. He never came down the stairs. Sometimes you could hear him walking, but there was never any shadow on the landing. A few of the older men said, "We used to have a guy on nights, years ago. Name was Harold. Took early retirement when the plant changed hands. None of us could confirm it. Names got fuzzy, paperwork didn't match memory. Still, the description of the figure remained the same. What's unnerving about all of this is how ordinary it is. He never caused a scene, he didn't slam doors or fling tools. He just existed at the edge of motion, like a placeholder in a photo. The noises, the footsteps, the door opening and not being walked through, they were mundane things until you noticed that they were paired with the figure. Suddenly, the commonplace sounds of the place felt like echoes of a life that were no longer recognized. We tried to catch him. We left the lights on and watched the stairwell cameras at night. The footage was nothing but grainy and static. Even when we reviewed it later, we couldn't find anything. There was a flicker here, a soft shadow there, but no definitive shape. We set up a camera again on a different angle and the feed glitched every time we focused on the top stair. Files had been corrupted, timestamps scrambled. The plant's IT guy swore that the cameras were fine, but his voice didn't say so. I will say there are nights that it's worse. Humid summer nights when the building sighs and the lights hum extra. Cold winter mornings when the steam from the presses makes little ghosts in the air. The hour when the morning shift is still in the parking lot and the night shift is folding into the day. That's when you're likely to hear the step, step, step of someone measuring the stairs or the soft slip of a cap as someone tilts his head. People keep their radios in their pockets then. Not because they need the music, but because the static drowns out the silence between one sound and the next. I don't pretend to know what it is, what he is. Memory, residue. I'm not sure. Could be a man named Harold who liked to check the stairwell and never stopped. Maybe. Maybe it's just how old buildings hold on to things. But here's what I can say. 3 different people, at different times, have described the same man in the same way. Enough times that it stopped being a single weird incident and became part of the job. Hearing other folks talk about their experience has given me the courage to share the event that defined my belief in the paranormal. It happened when I was about 10, during Thanksgiving at my grandparents' old farmhouse in coastal Maine. My grandparents' house was huge and always bursting with family on holidays, which meant noise, heat, and chaos. To escape, I often hid in the back mudroom. It was the only barrier between the warm kitchen and the unheated, enclosed back porch. The mudroom was cold, always cold, and packed with old coats and boots. On a high, dusty shelf in that mudroom sat a ceramic musical snow globe. It was a Thanksgiving scene, not Christmas, and it had been broken for years. The music mechanism didn't work, and the interior snow didn't seem to swirl, even if you shook it violently. It was just a heavy, silent artifact. The temperature in that room was always strange. Even when the heat was blasting from the kitchen, a spot near the snow globe shelf felt unnaturally, profoundly frigid. It wasn't just drafty. It was like reaching into a freezer. I tended to avoid that specific corner. It was late afternoon on Thanksgiving. Dinner was over, and the house was packed with that post-feast lethargy. I remember outside the snow had started falling hard. My mother sent me to the mudroom to grab a heavy jacket for my younger cousin. As I reached for the coat rack, I approached the shelf. The unnatural cold spot was sharper than ever, almost painful on my skin. Then I heard this faint, high-pitched buzzing sound. I looked up. The broken, silent snow globe had begun to operate. It didn't play music, but the heavy glass sphere was vibrating. The tiny ceramic scene and plastic foliage inside was still, but the artificial snow was swirling violently, spinning faster than any human hand could ever generate. It looked like a tiny, focused blizzard trapped inside the glass, vibrating with desperate energy. I froze. I knew that globe was broken. I knew no one else was in the room, and I was staring at a miniature and possible snowstorm happening on a shelf. Aside from the violent scene inside, it was hardly moving on its exterior. Just that vibrating sensation. The swirling stopped suddenly, leaving the water perfectly still and silent. I grabbed the coat and I turned to run, but something made me look at the outer door, the one leading to the unheated porch. That door was made of dark, heavy wood, due to the temperature differential. But the entire inside surface was covered with this thick, feathery sheet of frost. In the center of the frost, directly opposite where the snow globe sat, was a perfect, clear, child-sized handprint. It wasn't just a faint smudge. It was a complete absence of frost. Like the hand that touched the outside wood was intensely hot, burning the ice away instantly. The print was dark, showing the wood beneath, surrounded by the untouched, feathery white. I realized that whatever had been trying to get my attention, whatever was causing that freezing cold, it was outside, desperate to see inside maybe, inside to the warmth, using this broken snow globe as some sort of conduit for its energy, leaving that mark as a visual plea to be seen. Because I can tell you, it wasn't my handprint. I never forgot the image either. The next morning, my grandfather scraped the frost off, grumbling about drafts and never noticed the significance. But I know that a child's hand, frozen to the cold wood of the porch, reached out on that Thanksgiving. I think it was seeking warmth, using the only capable object mirroring the snow outside. I probably have put way too much thought into this. I have had years. But if nothing else, I do believe I experienced something paranormal. I'd love to hear your thoughts. New moms already get labeled as tired or hormonal or overwhelmed, and I was all of those things, but I was also right. I knew what I heard that night was strange and real. Our daughter was 3 weeks old. We were staying at my in-laws' place because they insisted that they could help us sleep and recover. Their house sits on 5 acres at the end of a long gravel driveway, with a big field out back and a tree line that swallows whatever light the porch tries to throw at it. The first couple of nights were uneventful, just the usual newborn chaos, cluster feeding, half-dreaming, dozing, the weird way every pipe in an unfamiliar house makes a different noise. I kept telling myself that the nighttime panic would pass once my body remembered how to be a person again. Then around 2 a.m., on a Tuesday, while I was half sitting up in bed feeding the baby, I heard a child crying outside. Not an infant. This wasn't that sharp, breathy newborn cry. This was a little older, toddler maybe, wavering, like whoever it was had been crying long enough to be tired, even though I'd just started hearing it. I froze mid-rock. The window next to me was cracked open a few inches because we overheated the room earlier that day. The crying was drifting in through that gap, faint, but obviously a child, outside. I leaned toward the window, holding my breath to listen harder. And for a second I thought, this is the sleep deprivation. This is my brain pretending. So I whispered to my husband, "Wake up. Listen. Tell me if you hear that." He sat up, hair sticking straight up. He blinked at me like I was speaking Greek. "Do you hear that?" I repeated, crying outside. He rubbed his face and said, "Honey, there's nobody out there. It's late. You're just..." And right as he said that, the crying got louder. He heard it. I saw the recognition hit his eyes. He wasn't confused anymore. He wasn't humoring me. He heard it. He got out of bed so fast he stumbled. "Where's it coming from?" he asked, already reaching toward the window like he could grab the sound. "I don't know," I said. "But I think I see something by the tree line." And I did. It was this hulking shadow. Clearly not a tree, not some small animal either, and certainly not a child. Perhaps something large, carrying a child. "Don't go out there," I told him. "Please, don't go." He was already halfway into his jeans. The crying kept drifting, thin and echoing, like it was in the yard but moving, or shifting direction without footsteps. Before he could reach the back door, we heard footsteps in the hallway. It was his parents. They must have heard me panicking. His dad pushed open our door and whispered, "What's wrong? What happened?" My husband said, "Do you hear that? There's a kid outside." They listened. Silence for 3 seconds. Then the crying came again, and it was louder. Right near the tree line, behind the house, closest to it. My mother-in-law ran to a window and put her hand over her mouth. My father-in-law followed and muttered something like, "That's odd." My husband and I shuffled toward the back sliding door, like we were part of one animal, nobody wanting to be the first to stand closest to the glass. The crying had stopped and started in odd intervals, like a recording being played by someone who didn't understand how crying works or how humans breathe. But we were all looking at the same thing. It was this outline of something huge, as in taller than the shed it was standing next to now. It was broad, shoulders really high, like they were attached at the wrong place. A torso that didn't narrow where it should, long arms that looked like they dangled too close to the ground. But it was also completely still. And the crying, it was coming from that shape. My stomach dropped so quickly that I gripped the back of a chair nearby. My husband whispered, "What the hell is that?" But none of us had words big enough or small enough or sane enough to answer. "We're calling the police," my father-in-law said. "Right now. It could be someone messing around or somebody hurt, but nobody goes out there. My mother-in-law was already dialing, telling dispatch that we heard a child crying in a large figure near the woods. She didn't even try to describe it. Just said a person or an animal, something big. By the time the deputies arrived, lights sweeping across the field, the silhouette was long gone. The crying had stopped the moment we started turning on all of the lights outside. The police searched the property, the woods, the ditch beyond the trees, the shed, the chicken coop, walked the field with flashlights slicing through the grass for hours. And they found nothing, not even footprints or trampled brush. There were no animals large enough to match the height of what we saw. It's just not possible. But there's no evidence that anyone had ever been there, regardless of its size. One deputy came back scratching his head and asked if maybe we heard a fox and saw a weird shadow. But foxes don't stand 8 feet tall at the tree line. And a fox doesn't cry like a toddler, calling for their mom. Not possible. He could see in our faces that this wasn't a fox story. He took our names, told us to lock up for the night. Drove away slower than they usually do, I'm sure. We didn't go back to sleep. We moved into the guest room with the baby, shut the door, and listened to every creak that the old house had to offer. Every window felt like a mouth, and every shadow felt alive. I kept thinking, whatever that thing was, I think it knew we had a baby. It wanted our attention. The next morning we packed and we went home early. It was finally time. My in-laws understood. I mean, we all saw the same impossible silhouette at the tree line. So they didn't bother asking if I'd imagined it. Still, what did we see? This is my earliest memory of a paranormal experience. We were at home, and my cousins and I were in the living room playing video games. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement, so I turned and looked. There was a woman in a knee-length dress, walking towards my parents' room. She stopped in her tracks and turned to look my way. It scared me. She was transparent. She had dark hair cut into a bob. She was slender. I turned away from her, but I could still see her watching me for what felt like a really long time, all out of the corner of my eye. It was probably only seconds. Then she turned away and walked into my parents' room. My parents came home about an hour later and called me and my cousin into their room to ask who had been in there. We told them that no one went in there. All of their plugs had been unplugged. A couple of years later, I saw a picture of a woman, and I told my mom that I'd seen her one night, the night all the electronics were unplugged. She told me that that was a photo of her mother, who had passed away when I was only a year old. Apparently, she was quite paranoid about house fires and always unplugged their electronics. I work the late shift at a major rail hub. I'll keep the city unnamed, but think huge vaulted ceilings and echoing marble floors. My job is essentially security and dispatch until the early morning commuter trains start rolling in. It's a lonely gig. Most nights the only company I have are the custodial crew and the ghosts. And believe me, this place has ghosts. It's an old building. Hundreds of thousands of people have passed through it. Tragedies have happened here. This story takes place on a Thursday night in December, many years ago. The city was under a bone-chilling cold front. The wind howled outside the thick glass, and the station was basically deserted. The last major Amtrak train had departed at around 11:45. It was 1:30 a.m. Time for me to do my final sweep of the waiting lounges and the side concourses. I was near the historic ticketing windows, the ones that they don't use anymore, when I noticed a suitcase. It was an old leather trunk, the kind your grandparents traveled with, sitting unattended next to one of the enormous columns. Immediate red flag. You don't leave luggage in a secure area. I grabbed my radio to call it in. As I crouched to inspect the bag, I saw a pair of feet. They were behind the pillar, perfectly still. I stood up slowly. I hadn't seen anyone here when I walked past a minute ago. I cleared my throat. Excuse me, sir. The station is closed. Is this your bag? No response. I stepped around the column. He was a tall man, wearing a heavy dark trench coat and a fedora pulled very low. He was staring intensely at the old departure board, the big mechanical clicker board, which was dark and offline for the night. You couldn't even read the old faded destinations. Sir, I repeated, louder, my hand inching toward my sidearm. I need you to confirm if this luggage belongs to you. The man turned his head, slowly. I couldn't see his face because of the shadow cast by the fedora, but the effect was terrifying. It wasn't the shadow of his hat that obscured his features. It was as if his face absorbed the light. It was a zone of pure, lightless black under the brim. He didn't speak. He just slowly raised his arm. He pointed his finger directly at one of the dark lines on the old board, the line that should have read the destination. As I stared at where he was pointing, a sound, a faint, dry click-clack, echoed through the massive hall. The mechanical flipboard, which was powered off and hadn't been used in 20 years, flipped. Only one row moved, the row his finger pointed at. On that line, against the pale yellow background, appeared a destination, spelled out in the old mechanical letters, Hellgate, NY. The moment the final Y appeared, the man let out a sound. It wasn't a word or a cough. It was a long, deep sigh of incredible bone-weary disappointment. It was the type of sigh that you make when you've waited your whole life for something and it's finally, terribly, not there. He dropped his arms. His black shape seemed to melt, dissolving from the bottom up, like ink being dropped into water. The coat, the fedora, the whole silhouette just faded into the air. I stood there frozen. I hadn't moved or said a thing. Then I remembered the click-clack. I looked at the board. It was dark. I turned. The trunk was gone. I scrambled everywhere, looking for the man, for the suitcase. I convinced myself at the time that I hadn't seen what I just described seeing, though I knew what I'd seen. I never saw him again, but I guess some people probably wait a lifetime to see a ghost just once, so chances are I never will. I've often tried to invent a backstory for this anomaly, but I come up short. I really just wish there was a way to know who or what he was. My partner, Chloe, and I rented a secluded cabin in the Olympic National Forest for a week in November last year. We wanted quiet, a break from the city. We got the quiet all right. The cabin was exactly as advertised, old, rustic, surrounded by massive cathedral-like Douglas firs. The moment we arrived, we were engulfed by a fog that never lifted. Not a light mist, but a thick pea soup blanket that absorbed the light and sound. You couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. On the second night, A sound woke me up. Not a loud sound, but a subtle one, like a gentle tapping on the glass window just above the headboard. I nudged Chloe, wondering if she was awake. She said. Did you hear that? She mumbled something about branches. It was possibly branches, but it seemed intentional. Tap, 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 pause. I got out of bed and walked to the window. The cabin was on a small rise. There were no trees close enough to brush up to the second-story glass. I peered out, pressing my face against the cold pane. The fog was as solid as a white wall. I got back into bed, rationalizing it as condensation or the wind. I was almost asleep when the sound started again. This time from the living room downstairs. The same rhythmic tap, but on a different piece of glass. It sounded muffled, like something heavy and soft being gently pushed against the drywall near the fireplace. The change in sound was startling, but I crept downstairs. The living room was dark, only the embers in the fireplace glowing. The thump stopped the moment my foot hit the bottom stair. I stood there for a full 5 minutes, listening to the cabin creak and settle. No more tapping, knocking. I checked the doors and windows. Everything was locked. No sign of entry. I went back up to bed, but I didn't sleep. The next day, Chloe and I went for a miserable, foggy walk. We found a small, rusted metal sign tacked low to a tree near the property line. It was so weathered you could barely read it. Property of the Olympic Sanatorium, 1934. When we got back, I pulled out my phone and used a weak signal to look it up. The Olympic Sanatorium was a small tuberculosis hospital, one that had closed in the 1950s. The site was now overgrown and the buildings torn down. The small print I found mentioned that the staff would often isolate the dying patients, putting them in small temporary outbuildings near the main hospital. This was used to prevent the spread of disease. They sometimes used a simple rhythmic tap on the walls to communicate with the nurses through the isolation. I wrestled with if Chloe would want to know something like this or not. We were staying one more night. I chose not to say anything. That night, I heard the thumping again, downstairs. But this time it was accompanied by something else, a long, drawn-out scrape that sounded like fingernails dragging through plaster. The sound moved from the living room, across the kitchen, and finally ended right outside our bedroom door. It was traveling in a way that no human or animal could. Soon I was watching the doorknob slowly, agonizingly begin to turn. The brass knob creaked with the effort. Chloe was awake this time. She and I were huddled under the covers, completely silent. We both saw and heard it. The doorknob turning, stopping halfway, turning back. He repeated this motion 3 times at least. Finally, a faint, almost inaudible thump came from the floor right outside the door. The doorknob stopped moving. The cabin went silent. We left at 4 a.m., not bothering to pack. We just drove out of the fog until we saw sunlight again. We didn't talk about the sanatorium or the thumping until we were hundreds of miles away, and I finally told her. We both agreed that, whatever it was, we didn't really want any part of it. And the permanent fog, it really didn't help the situation. It was well past midnight when my boyfriend, now husband, and I finally checked into the hotel. We were utterly drained. Hours on the road followed by the usual exhausting dance of family obligations. The air in the hallway was thick and smelled faintly of chlorine and old carpet, the way all mid-range hotels seemed to smell. Our room was on the upper floor, anonymous and silent. We were too tired to truly look at the room. We dropped our bags, brushed our teeth in a detached fog, and barely registered the generic landscape prints on the wall or the slightly mismatched furniture. The moment we flipped the main light switch, we were tumbling straight into the king-size bed, seeking immediate escape and sleep. Sometime in the deep middle of the night, I woke up. I wasn't startled, just suddenly completely awake, facing the window. The room was shrouded in a kind of thick, unfamiliar darkness that feels heavy and disorienting. Slowly, my eyes adjusted and landed on a spot across from the foot of the bed. In the faint spill of ambient light that crept past the curtains, I saw a dark, man-shaped shadow standing perfectly still in the corner. Its outline was distinct, tall and narrow, giving off the definite impression of a human presence. My heart rate jumped and I laid there frozen a bit, but staring intently. I felt a nervous chill despite the warm duvet. It must be a floor lamp. My tired, rational brain finally concluded. That corner looked empty, but maybe the maid service had moved a reading lamp there, or maybe it was a strange coat rack. It was the only thing that made logical sense in a silent, anonymous hotel room. Satisfied with this easy explanation, I rolled over and went back to sleep. The following morning, the strange visual was the first thing I remembered. I turned my head to look at the corner where the supposed lamp had been, but the spot was completely bare. There was no lamp, no furniture, no shadow to trick the eye. Just a plain, unadorned wall corner. I turned to my boyfriend and, chuckling nervously, I told him, "Last night I woke up and thought that there was a person standing in that corner. I calmed myself down by deciding that it must have been a lamp, but there's nothing there." He stopped what he was doing, and he went white. He told me that he had also woken up in the middle of the night. He hadn't seen anything, but he was overwhelmed by an intense cold feeling that he was being watched. The feeling was so strong and unnerving that he actually had to get out of bed and walk to the bathroom just to try to shake the oppressive feeling off. To this day, that memory sticks with me. A chilling reminder of the unknown presence we both felt in that room. I turned 30 in October. My husband surprised me with a weekend getaway to Salem, Massachusetts. Cliché if you're into the stuff I'm into, but I just love the history. We stayed in an Airbnb right off the common. It was a beautiful, huge old house divided into flats. The first 2 nights flew by. We were having so much fun. On my actual birthday, a Sunday, we went out for a nice dinner. When we got back around 9 p.m., I went into the bathroom. The bathroom was small, only had one tiny window, cranked open just a few inches for ventilation. As I was washing my face, I heard a very clear, wet, sniffling sound coming from the open window. It wasn't the wind, and it wasn't an animal. It sounded like someone was right outside the window, pressed against the screen, taking a deep breath. It was a normal sound, but it was awful in the context. I froze and slowly stood up, trying to keep the blood rushing in my ears quiet. I didn't move for maybe 30 seconds. Then I heard it again, this time accompanied by the faint, dry whisper of a name. Mary. My name is Esther. So, whatever it was, wasn't talking to me, but it was talking. I bolted out of the bathroom and locked the door, screaming for my husband. He rushed in, checked the window, too high for anyone to stand on the ground. And then he checked the small closet. Nothing. He did the same to the outside property and found no one. I didn't really believe it was a person, though. I figured I would have seen them because I could hear them so clearly. But the next morning, as he was making coffee, I noticed a very faint, almost charcoal-colored mark on the bathroom window screen, right where someone's nose or forehead would be. Happy birthday to me. So me and my buddy had a wedding to go to in Maple Valley, and when it wrapped up, neither of us was ready to head straight home. He suggested that we go smoke for a bit before driving back, and that's when he brought up the Black Diamond Cemetery. It was on the way, and he'd read about it once, said it was supposed to be one of the oldest cemeteries in Washington. I'd heard the name before, but never been. We both figured, why not? When else were we going to be out here? Seemed like a dumb, kind of cool detour. I'll start by saying that neither of us are ghost guys. We weren't looking to get freaked out, and honestly, I've been to cemeteries plenty of times and nothing's ever happened. Just quiet places with headstones. Maybe a weird vibe if you let yourself think too much or stay a little too long after smoking. This was the mindset. Just go hang out. We got there sometime after 11. The road was much darker than expected. Lined with trees, the place looked way older than I thought it would. The gates were open, though. We parked off to the side and walked in, trying to be quiet out of respect, even though no one living was around to care. We found a spot to sit on that was a low concrete wall, lit up, and we just started talking about random stuff. People from the wedding, music, the usual. We definitely weren't scared. If anything, it was a cool spot. I remember checking the time on my phone, and when I looked up, my buddy was staring past me. I thought maybe he was zoning out until I saw his face. He looked locked in, like he was trying to figure out what he was seeing. I turned, and that's when I noticed movement between the headstones. It wasn't an animal. I know what a raccoon looks like, and this wasn't that. It looked like a person, just a figure slipping between graves. No flashlight or sound with their steps. Just 1 second they're there and gone the next. Neither of us moved or said anything at first. We just watched. Then the air literally changed, like a gust of wind, but colder. I don't really know how else to explain it. 1 minute it was a normal cold night, and the next it felt colder and heavier, despite there not being any rain. It was like something was pressing down on us. The trees around us went pretty still, and the silence got so sharp that it made my ears ring. My buddy whispered, "Do you hear that?" At first I didn't, but then it hit me. It was almost like someone was singing. Not clear words, just this faint, steady tone. They were singing a song far away. It didn't fit with anything. There weren't houses nearby, no cars driving past. Just that sound carrying across the graves. We both stood up from the wall. We were trying to act calm, but failing miserably. I kept telling myself that was definitely the wind or my imagination. Then, a little ways down the path, I could have sworn I saw a figure standing completely still in front of one of the older stones. It looked pale, like gray on gray in the moonlight. I couldn't make out a face or features, just the shape. I looked at my buddy, and he saw it too. We didn't stick around. He grabbed my arm, and we both just booked it back toward the car. As we ran, it didn't feel like the sound was getting further away. It just stayed right with us. We slammed the doors, and we sat there in silence. We couldn't hear the sound anymore, just both of us breathing hard, not wanting to look back toward the cemetery. Eventually, we got the nerve to start driving. That's when we realized that we hadn't said a single word to each other about what we saw. Not until we were about 10 minutes down the road. He said to me, You saw it too, right? And I nodded. That was it. We didn't even try to explain it. Didn't want to. I've been to plenty of places that people say are haunted. This was the first time something actually happened. It wasn't exactly a jump scare, but that singing and that image, it was enough. We are officially ghost guys. So this happened a couple years back when I was working a night shift as a security guard. It was at a historical building downtown. One night I was doing my usual rounds. It was about 2:30 a.m., dead quiet. I'm walking through one of the upper floors, the old office wing, when I stop to check one of the doors that never locks right. I'm standing there with my flashlight on the knob, and I hear, clear as day, someone whispers my name. It wasn't loud. It was just over my shoulder, like someone leaned in close to say it. I didn't even think. I just whipped around with the flashlight, fully expecting to see a coworker screwing with me. But there was nothing. The hallway was empty. I guess what stuck with me it wasn't just a whisper. It was the fact that they said my name. It wasn't like a psst or something that you could just mistake for pipes hissing or wind slipping through the window. No, it was my name. I stood there like an idiot for maybe 10 seconds, and then I just kept moving. Fast. I did the rest of my rounds in record time, and I spent the rest of the night glued to the main desk with every possible light on. I didn't hear it again. I didn't see anything. I never actually worked another night shift alone in that building, thankfully. I'm the kind of person who trusts the woods more than I trust people. I've been tracking and trapping since I was a boy, and I know the Cascades like the back of my frostbitten hand. Bears, cougars, elk, wind shear, flash freeze. I know their patterns, their sounds, their tails. Nothing in this forest should surprise me. That was the mistake I made, thinking that. It was late April and I was pushing through the deep pines, a section that the map makers call the Shrouded Valley. I was supposed to be doing a late-season deer count for the state. But the weather turned hostile in a hurry. One minute I was hiking through patchy snow. The next I was in a whiteout. It was the kind of whiteout where you lose your hearing and your bearings in 10 steps. I knew I needed shelter fast. I pushed towards the old fire warden's cabin, a barely used relic that sits right beside the frozen creek bed. It was a solid 2-mile forced march, but I made it. The cabin was buried up to the roofline in fresh snow. I had to dig the door out with my shovel, hauling off several hundreds of pounds of white cement before I could shoulder my way inside. It was cold, dark, smelled like pine needles and mouse droppings, but it was dry, and the wood stove was functional. I got a small fire going. Outside, the storm settled into a heavy, relentless snowfall. It was silent out there. In the right circumstances, it can feel like peace. But sometimes it just feels like the air is being pressed down around you. I was heating some canned beans when I heard something. A sound in the snow directly behind the cabin. I froze. Bears, they wouldn't be here. This far up in the mountains, they'd be hibernating. A wolf would be smarter than to waste energy circling a well-secured building. Besides, this sound wasn't the slow thump-thump of a large quadruped. It was a slow, deliberate crunch-crunch that walked on 2 feet, heavy but balanced, moving in a perfect circle around the cabin, just outside the radius of my shovel-cleared patch. I pulled my rifle from its case, chambered around, and held it steady. I waited, listening. The sound stopped right outside the small, dirty window facing the west. Then came the sound that made the hairs on my neck stand, one that I can't explain. Not out there. a whisper. It was so faint, almost lost in the hiss of the snow falling against the glass. But there it was. It wasn't English. It wasn't human. Not exactly. It was a series of wet, clicking, whistling noises, like an old radio searching for a signal, trying to form language out of static. My heart was pounding against my ribs. I tracked coyotes before. I stared down moose. But this felt different. It felt curious and intelligent and almost human. I waited for 15 minutes, breathing shallowly. The noises didn't stop, but they never got louder. They just continued that unsettling, searching whisper sound outside the thin glass. Finally, I snapped. I wasn't going to let something hide in the snow and scare me out of my shelter. I threw the door open, rifle raised, ready to face down a mountain lion or a crazy hermit. But there was nothing. The blizzard had resumed its full force. The snow was swirling, erasing any tracks almost instantly. I swept the area with my flashlight, nothing taller than a low bush. I closed the door, slammed the crossbar home, and tried to tell myself it was the wind whistling through the chimney flute. Odd noises in odd spaces. But as I looked around the room, I noticed something that I hadn't seen before. It wasn't there when I first arrived. A small, dark smudge on the floor near the wood box. Just a random smear of dirt, maybe. No, it was a print. A 5-toed impression, much wider than a man's foot, and pressed deeply, as if whatever made it was extraordinarily heavy. It had walked right up to the wood box, stood there, and then apparently vanished. I didn't sleep. I kept the stove hot and that rifle across my lap. The sounds continued intermittently. It was this slow, rhythmic circling. Nothing ever there. Then, just before dawn, when the snow had slowed to gentle flakes, the voice outside the window sounded again. It wasn't clicks or whistles. I could have sworn it was my voice. Hello? It rasped. Hello in there. It was using my own voice to what, lure me out, trick me into opening the door. Logical me said, no, it's just somebody. So I opened the door. Not somebody. Nobody. I threw a log onto the fire and I watched the sun bleed over the eastern peaks, but I didn't move. I didn't speak. I knew that I was safe in that shelter somehow, but that creature, whatever it was, the thing that knew what it was doing, it was still out there. When the snow finally stopped an hour later, I waited until the morning light was solid and clear. I grabbed my pack, my rifle, and without so much as looking at the wood box again, I went straight out the door. I hiked south for 3 days without stopping until I hit the paved road. I didn't really look back and I didn't slow my pace, because I knew one thing. I may know the forest, but the forest might just know me better. And something in it was listening to me and copying me. And I didn't want to meet that. I have this morbid memory from when I was 6 years old. I was on a boat with my parents' friends. I guess it was a yacht because they were able to fit a lot of us on there. Anyway, at some point, a lot of the adults had gone swimming. I remember sitting inside and looking out the windows at the adults. Part of me really wanted to swim, and I remember asking my mom if I could. She, of course, told me I couldn't. Not only was it not safe, but I get the feel that this was more of an adult party, and I was just sort of meant to stay in this room. In this room were 2 other kids, about my age, and we all found enough to do to stay occupied, but I kept finding myself walking over to the window and watching outside. I remember the younger kid kept taking the colors I was using, so I just ended up giving it to him and walking away, finding my place by the window. I remember suddenly seeing something unusual. There was a woman. She was swimming next to a man. It was obvious that where we were, you couldn't touch the ground. It was quite deep. But suddenly, I watched as her body seemed to lift in the air slightly and then ragdoll from side to side before going under briefly and popping back up. I remember thinking, how can someone stand or project themselves like that? It really seemed like magic because I didn't know the horror that was happening when I saw it. The woman was being attacked by a shark. I'd be lying if I said I remembered all of the panic that ensued afterwards, but I don't. I just remember being told to stay in the room, the door being closed, the windows being shut. Just me and 2 other kids listening to a bunch of adults scream and cry from the outside. My next real memory is being back on shore. The lady didn't die. She just got a nasty bite on her hip. Apparently, emergency services came and picked her up off the boat before we even made it back to shore. All us children shielded from this madness. All except for me in the initial moment. But, like I said, it just sort of looked like magic. The year would be 2013, and my life was a perfect loop of misery. The 5 a.m. alarm, the 2-hour drive into the city, 10 hours in a glass tower managing spreadsheets that didn't matter, and the 2-hour drive back. I lived in a crammed, humid shoebox of an apartment in a pre-war brick building. I barely had enough energy left for a beer before I crashed. Sleep was the only escape. But then, the escape became the battlefield. It started like typical apartment nonsense. My keys vanished one morning, only to reappear in the kitchen counter. The TV volume would jump from 15 to 40 while I was in the bathroom. Annoying, sure, but I blamed the old wiring and my landlord's refusal to fix anything since the building was built. But you can't ignore marks, not as easily. I woke up one stifling July morning, feeling a dull burn across my shoulder blades. I assumed that I'd slept on a wrinkle of the sheet, but when I peeled off my shirt and contorted myself in front of the mirror, I saw 3 angry red lines scoring the skin diagonally across my left shoulder. They looked like deep cat scratches, but thicker. Almost like a knife point had been dragged across me, but not breached the surface. I didn't own a cat at the time. I checked my sheets, my mattress, everything. No exposed strings or sharp edges. The scratches weren't really bleeding. There was just that faint redness. I wrote it off as a severe case of stress-induced scratching in my sleep. We all do weird things when we're sleep-deprived. It happened 3 nights later, this time on my ribs. 3 parallel lines, identical in depth and spacing. I started wearing a t-shirt to bed, then 2. It didn't stop. The entity, whatever it was leaving a calling card, and I was getting impatient. The apartment's atmosphere grew heavy. It's a hard thing to explain, but if you've experienced it, it's incredibly noticeable. The air felt permanently thick, even when the air conditioner was blasting. I started catching rapid, dark movements in my peripheral vision, a blur of someone fast and low to the ground. Every time I turned my head, the spot was empty. One Tuesday, I got home late, completely hollowed out by a 12-hour workday and a traffic jam that felt biblical. I unlocked the deadbolt, dumped my briefcase by the door, and just stared at the kitchen. The kitchen was small, a row of cabinets above the counter and below, the stove, and a tiny dishwasher. I had left the apartment perfectly tidy, as usual, but as I stepped toward the fridge, I heard a terrible shriek of wood against wood. The cabinets, every single door, all 8 of them, simultaneously flew open with a violent, instantaneous burst of energy. Knots swung open, flung open. Spices, dried pasta, canned goods rained down on the counter and floor. Adrenaline was spiking for me. I thought, break in. Someone is here. I braced myself, ready to fight whatever meth head was hiding in my small apartment. But as I looked into the kitchen, a huge black cast iron skillet, the one my grandmother had given me, heavy enough to kill someone, it levitated off its hook near the stove. It didn't float gently. It launched. It shot through the air towards me with the velocity of a fastball. I reacted purely on instinct, throwing my hands up and ducking to the side. The skillet slammed into the drywall less than 6 inches above where my head had been moments before. The impact was devastating. A crack. A perfect heavy-duty skillet-sized hole appeared in the sheetrock. The skillet clattered down to the floor, ringing with a dull, malevolent clang. I'm not sure that I was breathing at that point, but I know I didn't move. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel the pulse in my eyelids. My eyes scanned the apartment, the small dining area, the bathroom door, the closet. Empty. There was no way a human could have pulled that off. Not with that force, and not without being visible. I finally understood the scratches. This wasn't a playful haunting. It was more like an active or violent attempt to inflict damage, and it was possible to do. It wasn't just existing in my space, it was trying to remove me from it. I spent the next hour in a state of pure clinical panic, packing only essentials, clothes, wallet, phone. I didn't bother trying to clean up the mess. The gaping hole in this wall, the scattered spices, the overturned skillet. They were proof that my sanity hadn't fractured. Something else had. This happened last winter. I still have a faint scar, but it stayed for a long time. I'd been stressing, pulling all-nighters, hadn't slept properly in days. When I finally hit the pillow, I was out cold. And that's when this dream started. It wasn't a standard monster or chase nightmare. It was a suffocating, almost surgical experience. I was pinned down in a dark room, and I felt something cold and hard press against my lower back. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move, but I could feel a terrifying burning heat radiating from the point of contact. In the dream, a voice, a low, gravelly, monotone one, was counting backward from 10. Each number felt like a fresh wave of searing pain. I remember struggling, tears streaming down my face in the dream, begging whatever it was to stop. When it hit 1, the voice hissed, "This one is mine." I jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat. The room was freezing. I'd obviously been crying. But my lower back, it felt like it was on fire. I stumbled to the bathroom, flipped on the light, and twisted to look in the mirror. Just above my tailbone, a perfect circular brand, about the size of a silver dollar. It was livid red, swollen, already blistering. It wasn't an itch or a rash. It was a genuine third-degree burn. I live alone. I checked the sheets, the bed frame, everything. No hot water bottle or electric blanket. No stray iron. Nothing that could have caused that kind of contact burn while I was asleep, nonetheless. A week later, I went to the doctor. They treated it like a severe, unexplained thermal burn, asked me a lot of questions about what had happened, and they just looked skeptical when I said I didn't know. It's been over a year, and I truly don't think I've slept soundly since. I believe something entered my head and stole my peace. It left a physical signature to prove that it was real. Every time I see it, faint or not, I know that nightmares weren't just in my mind. It was an active attack. I've got a weird one that happened to my uncle on Evergreen Way in Everett back in the 90s. It was late, and his girlfriend was driving him home from the movies. They'd just gone to see Good Will Hunting in the theaters and apparently had a few drinks while the show was playing, and maybe after. Neither of them would have blown a legal breathalyzer, and it was a torrential downpour that night. This added to the caution his girlfriend would take driving them home. His girlfriend worked at a coffee stand on that road. She was actually familiar with a couple of members of the unhoused population. They would come up to her window, asking for free shit, or be so brazen enough to try to nab the tip jar. They're laughing at all the crazy work stories that she's telling as they pass the stand that's closed down for the night. From the direction they're going, Evergreen turns into a hill. She said she could take her foot off the gas and coast down, tapping the brakes a few times to not go too fast. It's not a steep hill, but it goes for a while, and it's easy to pick up speed. They can see a couple 100 yards ahead of them on this street. They can see the streetlights ahead of them switching colors, regardless of any vehicles present, and a gas station on the corner with the rotating streetlights. This was Uncle and his girlfriend's second date together, and he thought that up until that point, things had been going really good on their date. The windshield wipers are at their highest level and just barely providing enough for her to see. My uncle had offered to drive, but she'd gotten permission to use her dad's Cadillac for their date, so she was insistent that she drove. And in her defense, she was a really safe driver given the circumstances. Unc didn't have any concerns until something caught his eye, a few 100 yards down the hill. There was a man. He wore a tie-dye blanket like a kind of psychedelic mage. The backpack he wore under the largely brightly colored cape made him look disfigured, like a hunchback as he leaned on the damaged aluminum walker with a single yellow tennis ball on one of the legs. Unc points him out to his girlfriend, who's already noticed him, and she doesn't look amused anymore. Her funny stories had stopped, but the sound of rain on the roof of the car was loud enough to fill its space. The stories she'd been sharing with Unc were lighthearted, but all pivoted around very real what-the-fuck situations, ones that she'd been in. Along with those, she had a handful of not-so-lighthearted situations she'd been in. Apparently, Tie-Dye Mage was one disgusting piece of shit. One that she was always calling the cops on because he was constantly harassing her and the other baristas. But specifically, he put this girl through a particularly traumatic situation when she was on a smoke break. He approached her with a pair of garden cutters and his pants around his ankles. He was grunting like a gorilla, and his hood was pulled over his eyes, and his long brown and silver beard, it had food and other unidentifiable crusties stuck in it. She thought that he was robbing her. She put her hands up while telling him that all she had was dry erase markers in her pockets. He kept the cutters extended towards her. So she starts pulling them out and throwing them on the ground to prove that's all she had. But with his other hand, he opened the tie-dye cape, exposing himself to her. With his pants around his ankles, she was able to make an easy escape back to the coffee stand, to lock the windows and doors, and to make another call to the police. All while the guy stood outside, scratching up the side of the coffee stand with the rusty garden tool. That resulted in him going away for another few weeks, but it never prevents him from always wandering back to Evergreen when he got out again. That assault story was not mentioned during her monologue that had them both laughing a minute ago. It would be mentioned when they got back to her parents' house and were sitting in the driveway. But before that, Unc had no idea, and as they're coasting down the hill, she puts her foot back onto the gas pedal, and he feels the SUV start to pick up speed. He asks if she sees him standing on the curb. She tells him yeah, but the Cadillac continued to gain momentum down the hill. He says the guy looks handicapped. If he steps into the street, he wouldn't be quick enough to move back onto the curb. She says something like, he's not handicapped, and if he steps out onto the street, he's gonna die, because I'm going too fast to slam on my brakes in the rain. I won't be able to stop in time. It'll be his fault. Whatever it was verbatim that she told Unc, it was clear she knew exactly what she was doing. And she'd been thinking about it since she saw him far in the distance. She probably saw him before Unc did, and the whole time, she's in the driver's seat, plotting. At the bottom of the hill, it's a straight shot to the light where the guy's located. Unc's gripping his seat as they're getting closer. In his head, he's thinking he's going to either be an accessory to murder, or he's going to have to work with the police to ensure himself that he never gets with this girl again. He was having a moral dilemma of tremendous proportions. Grabbing the steering wheel would kill them both if the SUV lost control, and so the only choice was to sit back in his seat, watch the show taking place out the front windshield. 100 yards quickly turned to 50, and sure enough, the tie-dye mage set his walker off the curb and steps into the road. Unc's stomach sinks like a rock. They had approximately 20 yards before the SUV would make contact. It looked like the homeless man was dancing in their lane and expecting them to swerve around, but she was gripping the steering wheel with both hands and no plans to change lanes. All Unc had time to do was put his hands in a half-hearted attempt to block his face from the shards of glass and human corpse that would potentially be flying his way. With his eyelids glued open, he sees the homeless man dissolve into nothingness as the hood of the Cadillac goes through him without making a sound or any vibrations from the expected thud. The tie-dye man dematerialized from their viewpoint over the dashboard. Then, the road in front of them grew like a concrete wall. Unc still had his arms out in front of him when the passenger airbag deployed and shattered one of his wrists and most of the bones in the fingers. The big, sturdy vehicle they'd been driving had just gone from 50 to 0 within a fraction of a second. This was on account of a pothole the size of a bathtub in the far right lane on Evergreen. The whole front of the SUV had been swallowed by a jagged pit made of concrete, metal, and asphalt. The airbag on the driver's side releases with enough velocity to knock the girl unconscious. It takes Unc a second to regain his sense, and then using only one of his hands, he gets his door open and climbs out of the vehicle. The day's rain had accumulated close to a foot of water in the hole, and when he climbed out, it was impossible not to be soaked. Then he crawls his way out of the pothole. It was waist deep, and when he turned around, he saw the SUV with its back end at a 60-degree incline. Its front end was completely crushed and hidden under the pavement of Evergreen Way. He looked in all directions and quickly discerned how alone they were out there. The streets were vacant of anyone except him. His girlfriend hadn't exited the Cadillac, but Unc was too injured from the accident to climb back in and check on her status. There was a gas station across the street at the same four-way intersection. They let him use their phone to call for help. The girl would rise from the pothole before ambulances arrived. She was bruised, but overall got out of it unharmed. They were taken to the hospital to be evaluated. While they were both in the ER waiting room, they discussed not bringing up the homeless man when they were asked about what happened. It wasn't a necessary part. They were driving down Evergreen Way, doing the speed limit with their SUV, and it was destroyed by an unmarked construction area. There was a sign set up, but the wind blew it into the pothole earlier that night. She never saw the tie-dye man return after that. They were both convinced that what they saw that night was his ghost, but what they can't agree on is if he was trying to help them avoid the pothole, or if he was leading them to it. Unc thought that he was hoping she'd swerve to avoid him, but she never stopped believing that he influenced her to fall in that pothole. Coaxed her, per se. So what do you think? Let's say that it was a ghost. Do you think someone could still maintain human infatuations after death? Personally, hearing that story, I think he was trying to get them to avoid the pothole and didn't expect her to go right for him. Maybe he did. I'll be checking the comments periodically. I want to see if you all think this ghost did that shit on purpose or not. Have you ever had to watch someone mentally break? Allow me to start from the top. My Aunt Dora married a guy named Riley. She met him working tables at the casinos. Riley was considered a high roller for the casino, and he took interest in Dora. They fell in love and got married incredibly fast. The family hadn't met Riley more than a few times, but Dora seemed truly happy. She'd been swept off her feet by a nice, normal-looking man, so the family didn't push too much on the subject. She moves in with him and nobody hears from her for months. Her Facebook details trips and excursions that she and Riley were on around the world. It was a life Dora never knew. I was happy for her, and I lived vicariously through her photos. When she came to visit, I listened to her and my mom catch up on their time apart. While they're talking, Dora mentions that she enjoys being gone so much because she hates being at Riley's alone. She says that freaky stuff always happens there. Like what? My mom asks. Dora looks down at me, then back up at my mom, and she says, I've seen a ghost there. Not just once, but multiple times. Same ghost. She tells us that this ghost is in their garage. Riley has 3 cars parked in there, and she can see a woman walking behind them. When the lights get turned on, or a flashlight gets pointed in her direction, she ducks down and crawls out of sight. Dora stopped giving chase because she could never find the woman the previous times that she tried. And this is how she determined ghost. Hearing her say that all really scared me. My mom told me that ghosts weren't real, but Auntie Dora's seen one. When she left our house that night, I asked my mom about it, and the reply she gave me was unexpected, and it wasn't what she said, it was how she said it that made me take note. Her voice was hesitant. She chose the words she was going to say to me very carefully. Dora's under a lot of stress. I waited for more, but my mom's face told me that she herself was trying to make sense of it, puzzled and sad. From what I know, their relationship was not the ideal sister-sister friendship, and Riley felt like the wedge that might finally divide them. I didn't, but my mom knew Riley was abusive. Dora would lie about anything not to put him in a bad light. As a kid, though, I did notice that Dora's visits became more frequent. I really liked having her over, and I know deep down my mom enjoyed having her little sister around more, even though she would never admit it. She would swing by our house at least once a week, sometimes more, and along with her visits, she'd often have another story about the girl in the garage. In the span of maybe 2 months, Dora's opinion of the ghost woman had changed. She was no longer creeped out by her. She started believing the ghost needed something from her. Dora would try communicating with the figure, entering the garage with the lights off. Windows in the garage make it not completely dark inside. Dora told us that she sat in the dark, and asked it questions. A few responses could have been associated with some bumps and tinks, but she didn't hear a vocal confirmation or see it manifest. If we are to consider those bumps to be answers, Dora said the spirit in the garage is a female who was murdered, and help. How can I help? Isn't a yes or no question, but the bumps stopped when Riley's car started rolling up the driveway. Dora didn't want Riley to know that she was trying to talk to ghosts in his garage, so she ran back into the house before the automatic garage doors started rolling up. Dora's story takes a segue that I was asked to leave the room for. When Riley came home that night, he expected Dora to be asleep. She didn't even realize how late it was until she ran back into the kitchen and saw that it was almost midnight. Riley leaves work, 8 o'clock at the latest, but recently he'd been coming home late. He'd given Dora a million excuses, including a sick cousin that had been visiting. That night he was supposed to be coming home from the children's hospital, but when Dora greets his entrance with a hug, he's surprised to say the least, and Dora can't help but notice Riley smells like liquor and another woman's perfume. He has scratches on his shoulders and chest, and his clothes are disheveled, belt unbuckled, shirt untucked. She called him out, and of course he denied it with another elaborate excuse that she was willing to believe. I think it was something like his nephew had a seizure in the hospital and started thrashing around. He was the only one strong enough to hold him down, and so he took most of the damage. The excuse was a landmine that Dora chose to avoid. A week passes, and when Dora visits us again, the stories are back to her ghost relationship, so I'm allowed to stay in the room. She's continued to try to talk to the ghost without anything discernible coming back. Then, behind the glow of dusk, a silhouette formed in the shape of a woman. More than a silhouette, though, because Dora could describe what this woman looked like. Red hair, thin face, wearing a blue blouse. She appeared standing on top of one of the cars furthest in the back. She looked at Dora, and Dora could see the shape of her iris outlined by the white in her eyes. Then she stepped off the car and disappeared into the darkness of the garage. Dora said it felt like the room froze over, and she had to go back inside the house. Dora's usually telling me these stories at the table, while my mom walks around pretending to tidy things up to not show interest, and in her words, enable Dora's distractions from the real turmoil going on in her house. In Mom's metaphor, Dora's fallen on more of Riley's landmines than she's avoided. I didn't know any of this was happening at the time. I was a child, so there wouldn't have been much I could have done regardless, but I believed Dora when she told us she fell off the couch and hit her arm on the coffee table. I did that last week playing with my Barbies. I understood where Dora was coming from. Though my bruise didn't resemble a handprint, I bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Thankfully, my mom was smarter and constantly begging Dora to leave Riley, to live with us, but she couldn't do it. As an adult, I'm remembering Dora had a lot of confidence issues, daddy issues. I know my mom and Dora's father, Huey, I think. Huey wasn't in their lives, besides stopping in to borrow money from my grandma and to kiss his daughters. Dora's next visit is in the middle of the night. I'm supposed to be asleep, but I listen through the bedroom door as she tells my mom about how she found out Riley was cheating on her. Real evidence, like a girl's underwear in his car and handcuffs. They were lying on the passenger seat of his car. She didn't even need to search. Right when he pulled into the garage that night, she got into the passenger seat of his car and asked him to drive her to the store. He wasn't able to stash it away. Dora loses it. She gets out of the car and starts crying and yelling at Riley, who's still in the car. He tries to lighten the blow by telling Dora that they're only hookers. He doesn't love them like he loves her. She spits on him through the passenger's open door, then slams it. He put the car in reverse and peeled out of the garage. Dora then grabbed her car keys and drove to our house. Dora stays the night that night, but leaves in the morning before I wake up. It felt like a dream, but I knew it wasn't. She also shows up again, trying her best to smile and have a sister night with my mom. I remember I already knew what was really going on, even though I shouldn't have, but still, I decided to give them some natural space. Then Dora stayed another night, and then sooner or later, she's living in my mom's yoga room, decorating it with her own style. Months go by. Our living situation is just fine, but out of nowhere, the cops show up to our house looking for Dora. They ask when's the last time she's seen Riley. That question brought the feelings and emotions back up to the surface, and Dora told the police all that entailed his departure. One of the police officers pulls out a photo and shows it to Dora. It's too high for me to see, but when both sisters cupped their hands over their mouths, I could only assume that it was something bad in that photo that they'd tell me about later, hopefully. I hated waiting for stuff as a kid, but I knew that it would have been in bad taste for them to call me over to gawk at some photos. What the police showed Dora and my mom were a crime scene photo, one that they'd taken at the motel in the next county over. Riley's interactions with females of the night went further than just sex. He was killing them. They had evidence of 3 that they could link to him. But this photo isn't of Riley's last victim. It's of Riley. He's deceased, naked, in a crouching position between the bed and the wall. He was shot to death. The woman Riley picked up that night hadn't lived in the area that long. It's a dangerous occupation. She didn't have a group. She didn't have a pimp. But she did have a gun hidden in her purse. She almost set that purse down when she walked in, but something about Riley's energy made her hold on to it a bit longer, long enough for him to try and strangle her. Smart girl. Didn't reach for his hands. She reached for her purse. It was 7 a.m. We were all standing there listening to this cop talk. This is when I saw my Aunt Dora mentally break. My mother's mouth was wide open when the cop started talking. The last emotional jolt I saw Dora display was her reaction to the picture. After that, her face was stoic, flattened with expression, like she'd been bored with what the police officer had to say. When they left, Dora stayed one more night and left the next morning before me and my mom were awake. Within, I'd say, 9 days of this whole thing, Dora used all of her savings and moved to Fairbanks, Alaska. She lives in an apartment and works at a bar. I'm pretty sure my mom said she doesn't even go by Dora anymore. My aunt did the Great American Escape. Although it was for such extreme reasons, it's nice that she took that leap into a new life. Optimism. My name is Addie, and today's the 10-year anniversary of my sobriety. To celebrate, I wanted to share a story that happened to me about 10 years ago. I was 26 and living in a temporary housing shelter with my friend Monet. To qualify for this housing, you must have no pets, drugs, or weapons on the property. Some of our friends actually said no to the free housing, each for their own personal reasons, most of them being narrowed down to animals or habits they couldn't get rid of or easily conceal. Monet and I had habits that for the most part were hidden very well. Our drugs of choice were alcohol and on occasion a little oxy. Since we snorted the drugs instead of smoking, we didn't have to worry about any suspicious smells either. We were set. It was easy to get past security. Most of the bums working there didn't really care enough to check us, or they felt some kind of way about frisking a woman's body. There was your occasional alpha security guard, usually an older asshole looking to exert his authority. We knew to spot them out, and we would either return clean or wait until their shift ended, which was a bitch most of the time because our plugs didn't like to be out and about in the daylight hours. And they didn't work every night, so we adaptable fiends scheduled our calendars to pick up on odd days, then measured out our stash to last us until the next security switch. The night this happened, it was one of those typical nights. Our plug was the same as always. He hooked us up and we got back to our tiny home, drew all the curtains down real low and salivated over the paper bag holding our belongings. We dig in. How I Met Your Mother is playing on the TV. Before the episode's over, Monet turns the TV off. The mattress where she sleeps sits on the floor almost eye level with me. My sleeping arrangement isn't much better. It's an air mattress that I'd blow up and deflate every day and night. It was better than the hardwood floor of the room, though. I heard a distant sniff in the room, but I decided I was too zonked to bother with more. Then it becomes quiet aside from the distant city traffic. I don't remember when our conversation stopped, but we must have nodded off one after the other. Okay, now, this part chokes me up every time I retell this, and I've only shared it with a few people because of the circumstances and just how heart-wrenching it was to see. When I told my therapist about it, she blamed it on the drugs I was taking. So did my sister when I told her. They, as well as probably most of you, couldn't fully comprehend what it was like. What I got high with wasn't known to give vivid hallucinations, and I'd never had something like this happen before. But later that night, I woke up. Monet's desk lamp was still on, and when I opened my eyes, I'm looking in the direction of her mattress, and I see that she's sitting in a squatted position, making motions with her hands like she's furiously digging a hole into her bedding. I'm like, "Girl, what are you doing?" Monet stops her digging and turns her head towards me. I'll never forget the expression she had on. She was panicking. She says, "Addie, I can't get back inside. I can't get back." Then she turns her focus back to the bed and keeps digging into the bedding. I'm groggy and trying to process what she said. I move my attention to what she's digging at, and I see Monet, lying there, eyes closed, tucked under the covers. Then, the Monet that was on top of the other one digging is suddenly gone. For a moment, I couldn't believe my eyes. I literally did the pinch test just to make sure that I was awake. When I confirmed that I was, I got up and went over to wake up Monet, but she wouldn't wake up. I shook her, shouting her name, but she was totally limp, her head rolling to the side, eyes shut, face pale. My stomach twisted. My heart started hammering in my chest. All I could think of was, she's dying. I can't lose her. Then, without even realizing what I'm doing, I move her onto her side to see if there's anything in her mouth. When it was clear, I laid her back down and I started CPR. I pressed my hands over her chest, pushed down hard, counting under my breath, trying to remember my fleeting training from almost 3 years prior. I was desperate to get her awake, to breathe. My mind kept flashing back to that image, her ghost or spirit or whatever I had just seen, clawing desperately, trying to get back into her body. "Come on, Monet," I kept whispering. "Come on, you're still here. You're not leaving me." I stopped compressions for only a moment as I fumbled for my phone with one hand and dialed 911. I set the phone down to continue compressions. Once the dispatcher answered, I choked out our location and said, "My friend, she's not breathing. She took something. I need help, please." I didn't even hear the response, just the assurance that help was coming. The seconds felt like hours, every beat of silence between my compressions stretching out as I wondered if I'd already lost her. My whole body was shaking, but I didn't stop. And then, just when I thought it was too late, she made this terrible, gasping sound, like she was fighting her way out of a nightmare. Her chest heaved. She took a shuddering breath, eyelids fluttering as she struggled to open them, relief crashing over me as I crumbled next to her, my vision blurry from the tears. Paramedics arrived a few minutes later. They loaded her onto a stretcher, asking me questions, but all I could do was nod, dazed, and follow them to the ambulance, my mind replaying everything I'd just seen. I didn't say a word about her spirit. Part of me didn't want to believe all of which I'd just seen. The next few days were a blur. Monet was kept for observation, and I spent hours at her bedside, barely leaving, not wanting to be anywhere else until I knew that she was okay. She was quiet, almost haunted, not meeting my eyes. I wondered if she remembered any of it. Then, a few nights later, when things had calmed down a little, She looked at me and said, "Addie, while I was out, I had the scariest, craziest dream. It didn't feel like a dream, though. It was like I was watching myself from above. I kept trying to get back inside my body, clawing, screaming, trying to make myself breathe, but I couldn't. I could feel you, though. You were pulling me back." She paused, her eyes wide and scared. It felt like I was trapped, like I was so close, but no matter what I did, I couldn't break through. Her words hit me like a punch to my gut. It was exactly what I'd seen. The desperate look in her eyes, the way she'd clawed at the bedding, trying to get back to herself. It had been real as the night itself. I saw you, Monet," I finally admitted. "I saw you on top of yourself, like a ghost or something, digging, trying to get back in. That's what made me get up and help you." Neither of us said anything for a while. We just sat there, staring at each other, knowing that we'd shared something that no one else could ever understand. Whatever had happened that night had gone beyond anything I'd ever believed possible. It was enough to get me sober. I actually checked myself into rehab, which is something I had never seen myself doing. Today, 10 years later, I've made it through a decade of sobriety, and not a day goes by that I don't think about that night. Monet and I didn't get sober together. Believe it or not, that experience didn't shake her enough. She'd continue to struggle for the better part of a year. After she got clean, we started talking a lot more, and though we've both moved on, each in our own way, we know that moment saved us, both of us in different ways. Because for me, once you've stood at the edge, when you've seen someone you love clawing their way back from death, it changes you. It should change you. Growing up, I lived in a town with a sewer system, kind of like the one from It. Obviously not quite as elaborate or glamorous. The smell is something I'll never forget, but when you're kids looking for privacy, certain allowances are permissible. Me and a few friends would go through one of the bigger tunnels to just hang out and smoke. It led to a large open area, one that was big enough for some folding chairs and a broken table. There were other tunnels leading to other rooms, but we never thought about where they led. It was filthy enough where we were, and trudging through sewer water isn't something on our bucket list. Then my friend Holly brought her boyfriend Steve to our spot. We were 13 or 14 at that point. The next day, he brought a couple of friends, and the boys took over. They wanted to see where the other tunnels went. Smell be damned. One Saturday morning, 5 of us met up with a single flashlight, bags full of snacks like we were going on an extended hike. In reality, several tunnels were too small or flooded to go through, but we found another service tunnel with a little walkway path. We followed that for a bit. Once we got further in, there were tons of directions that we could go and tucked off areas with some kind of service equipment. We were taking a break and eating some snack bars when the flashlight died. We'd been wandering around for close to an hour, and now it was pitch black. There was a brief chaos while blame was being passed around, but eventually we had to actually try to get out. We ended up forming a single-file line with Steve in the front and Brady at the end. Everyone held onto the shirt of the person in front of them, while Steve waved his arms and tried not to walk us into a wall. The way we had to move, there was no telling how far we'd gone, or if we were even going in the right direction. Sometimes we'd hit a dead end and have to turn around, so we could have been going in circles and never known it. It felt like we were just going deeper and deeper into the tunnels. We walked through gravel for a while, and most of us were positive we hadn't passed any of that on the way in. But Steve and Holly thought we had. I had no idea how long we'd been walking when Brady yelled. It felt like an hour, but probably less. Brady said a hand had touched his shoulder, and he started pushing past the rest of us. Most of us fell while he ran straight into a wall and busted his nose. There was total chaos for several minutes while we all panicked. We knew it wasn't a joke, but we hoped that he'd imagined it. More than once I thought I'd heard whispering, but that could have been running water or anything. At least that's what I tell myself. When nothing else happened for several minutes, we calmed down enough to find each other and reform our line. We were covered in grime now, so our moods had significantly worsened, and we began to argue. Once again, we were turned around, no clue which way we were going before the chaos. We walked in a random direction for another chunk of time. Now Brady was in front and Steve was in the back, but Holly was the one to scream. She was holding onto the back of my shirt and pulled me down with her as she fell. She thought Steve shoved her, but he swore he hadn't, and we believed him. Even Holly admitted that he hadn't let go of her shirt beforehand, and he was in enough trouble with her as it was. None of us were trying to drag out this experience. Before we could calm down and regroup again, a distant cackling laughter echoed around us. It couldn't have been anyone in our group. It was too far away. That's when the real panic hit. We screamed and ran. I heard the others grunt and groan as they slammed into walls. I somehow avoided smashing my face, but I fell several times, and I could feel open wounds on my knees and palms. I was crying so loud I didn't even notice when I stopped hearing the others. One minute we were all screaming, and the next, I was alone in silence. That was it for me. I sat against a wall and waited to die. I just couldn't move anymore. A long time had passed. I heard more of that cackling laughter, followed by footsteps coming closer and closer. But I was frozen in place. When the footsteps were within a few feet from me, they stopped. I thought someone was standing right in front of me, but everything was just black. I never heard the footsteps leave, but I did hear more whispers. I couldn't make out the words, but there were at least 2 voices. I think they were female, but I can't be sure. To this day, I've never felt terror like that again. I kept hearing things that way for several hours until there were suddenly louder voices, and these were calling my name, and Brady and Holly's. I was so paranoid by then, I thought it was a trap. What kind of trap, I don't even know. I imagined crazed homeless people, ghosts, demons, every horror movie I'd ever seen, including it. And then I saw a light. It was getting closer, and there were 3 actual live people with real lights. It hurt my eyes a lot, but I didn't care. It was light, and they were regular people. It was a search team. Somehow, Steve and our other friend Jamie had stayed together and made it out. They sent help back for the rest of us. They found Holly first. She was closest to the entrance. They didn't find Brady for another half an hour after I was rescued. He had found his way to a closed tunnel that the first search team couldn't even fit through, so they had to send smaller people. Holly and I were dehydrated and in shock, but we were okay to go home. Brady had deep claw marks on his arms and back. He had to go to the ER and was in psychiatric care for several weeks. Holly didn't experience anything weird, but Brady said something attacked him. The doctor said that he must have stumbled into a bobcat's den, but Brady swears it wasn't a cat. He said it latched onto his back at one point, and he reached back to feel something cold and scaly. We didn't try to tell anyone. They would have just said that we were scared kids that freaked out. You'll probably think that too. But we didn't even believe in that kind of stuff. We were terrified of starving to death in the dark. Absolutely. But none of us even considered that there was something else down there too. That shit hit out of nowhere. So yeah, believe it or don't, but fuck sewers. So my dad's a cop as well as my cousin, and they've both told me some pretty terrifying stories over the years. My dad also worked security at a haunted hotel before he became a cop, and we live on an Indian reservation where paranormal stuff seems to happen way more often than it should. I'll try to break these down into separate stories, but Fair warning, some of this still freaks me out to this day. The woman at the Fairmont in Ottawa. Before he became a cop, my dad worked security at the Fairmont Chateau in Ottawa. If you don't know, the place is rumored to be haunted, and according to my dad, that rumor is 100% true. One night during his shift, he was doing rounds through a section of the hotel that was supposed to be empty. No guests, no staff, just dark hallways and locked rooms. It was around 3 a.m., of course it was, and he turned a corner. He saw a woman walking ahead of him. She was dressed in early 1900s attire, a long, flowing dress, walking at a steady pace away from him. At first, he assumed she was a lost guest. "Ma'am, this floor is off limits," he called out. No response. He picked up his pace, following after her, but just as he was about to reach her, she turned the corner. My dad immediately followed, but when he turned the corner, the hallway was empty. There was nowhere for her to have gone. No open doors, no stairwell, nothing. He searched the floor, checked every room, which were all still locked, and there was no sign of her. He swears that she vanished into thin air. The police station is definitely haunted. Now let's talk about the precinct my dad works at. According to him, 95% of the cops that work there believe it's haunted. The ones who don't, the rookies who haven't experienced it yet. The activity is pretty intense. Things move on their own. Cabinet doors swing open. Objects get shoved off desks. Chairs start spinning on their own. Doors slam shut with no one around. But the worst part, the shadow figure. Cops have seen a tall black mass with glowing red eyes standing at the end of hallways or at the bottom of stairwells. And it's not just the officers who see it. The criminals do too. They have security footage of people in the holding cells freaking out, staring at something just off camera, looking absolutely terrified. Some prisoners have refused to stay in their cells, claiming that something is in there with them. One guy told my dad, "This place is haunted, man." To which my dad just shrugged and said, "Yeah, it is." None of the cops like to be alone in the station anymore, because that's when the shadow figure likes to show itself. The demonic phone call. One of our close family friends had her own terrifying experience with whatever haunts the police station. She was at home when she got a call from a number she didn't recognize. When she looked at the screen, the number was 666 666 6666. She didn't answer. Just sat there staring at it, waiting for it to stop ringing. 5 minutes later, she got another call, this time from a friend of hers who's a cop. Her friend was panicked. "We need to do something about this thing. Let's smudge the precinct." At that point, she understood. Whatever was haunting the station knew that they were about to try to get rid of it. It was fighting back. The next day, they went to the police station to perform a cleansing ritual. They smudged the entire building, but the entity did not go quietly. It got angry. Doors slammed. The air was thick, making it hard to breathe. When they reached the holding cells, the lights went out. The sage kept trying to go out. And then, the shell holding the sage cracked in half. That's a bad sign. They knew they had to leave fast. They buried the shell outside, but the haunting never stopped. Later, they realized that they'd made a mistake. They didn't clear the building properly. They'd moved sporadically, instead of sweeping the spirit out through the front door. Now, the entity was stronger than ever. The thing in the woods. My cousin, who's also a cop, once saw something massive outside of the school in our town. The school's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense forest. One night while patrolling, he saw 2 huge figures walking near the tree line. He swears they weren't human, covered in fur, walking upright, and moved silently into the woods. He tried to report it, but the other cops just laughed it off. No one believes him, but I think that they're just pretending they don't. The highway cryptid. Another time, my dad responded to a call about a guy sitting on the side of the road. It was near the highway that runs through our town. Turns out the guy was a long-distance cyclist who had just pulled over to rest. But when my dad got there, the cyclist looked terrified. He told my dad that earlier, while biking along Route 117 in Quebec, he had stopped at the top of a hill, saw something crossing the highway. It was huge, covered in fur, but walking on two legs. The cyclist froze. He didn't want it to see him. He just crouched down and watched it disappear into the woods. He refused to keep going for a full 30 minutes. He told my dad, "I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't human." The thing that knocks. One woman in our town kept calling the police 3 nights in a row. She swore someone was knocking on every window of her house. It happened all at once, like a group of kids was playing a prank. But whenever the cops got there, nothing. No footprints, no one in sight. On the 3rd night, her neighbor came over, pale as a ghost. He asked, "Is this about the knocking?" The cop said, "Yeah. Did you see something?" The neighbor nodded. He'd stepped outside for a cigarette and saw a black figure standing at the woman's window, knocking. And then it ran, but not like a person. It circled the house 4 times, knocking on every window, too fast for any human. And then it stopped. It turned toward the neighbor, ran across the street, and hid behind a tree. For a moment, everything was silent, and then it peeked out from behind the tree, looking right at him. Its eyes glowed yellow, like a cat's. And then it smiled. So yeah, that's just some of the weird stuff that's happened around here. We live on an Indian reservation, and honestly, I feel like we see way more paranormal shit than normal places. And I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. I grew up in a very scientific family. My dad, an engineer, was a practical, no-nonsense guy, not one to indulge in talk of ghosts or anything remotely paranormal. The concept of hauntings was practically foreign to our household, and I'd grown up assuming that ghosts and spirits were nothing but old wives' tales. But one night, during dinner in high school, I asked my dad about the old house, the one we lived in when I was just a baby. I'd heard bits and pieces from neighbors about strange things that had happened back then, and curiosity finally got the best of me. To my surprise, my dad grew quiet, looking at me for a moment before setting down his fork. Then, almost reluctantly, he told me a story that he'd never shared before. And the way he spoke, with a hint of something like unease, it made my skin prickle. He explained that not long after we moved into the house, strange things started happening. It was a typical suburban home, nothing remarkable, and we'd been there about a week when the first gift appeared. One morning, a Friday, I came downstairs and I found a small, handcrafted wooden figure sitting on the mantel of our fireplace. My dad said, his voice steady but his eyes distant, like he was seeing it all again. "I thought your mom had put it there. Maybe something from a yard sale that she hadn't told me about. But when I asked her, she was just as surprised as I was." And that was only the beginning. Every Friday morning, like clockwork, a new handmade item would appear on the mantel. There was no sign of forced entry, no windows left open, and only my dad and my mom had keys to the house. The gifts ranged from small carved animals to intricate old-fashioned toys. Each item looked like it was crafted with meticulous care, the wood smoothed and polished, tiny details etched into the surface. My dad, trying to remain calm and rational, contacted the police after a few weeks, thinking maybe a previous tenant had kept a key and was playing some sort of prank. The local police agreed to keep close watch, especially on Thursday nights. My dad replaced the locks. But the police, they never saw a single person approach the house, and yet every Friday morning, without fail, a new item would appear. It was unsettling, my dad admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I couldn't figure it out, and the fact that there was no explanation, it started getting to me. As the weeks turned into months, the gifts continued, and the situation began to take a toll on my parents. My dad, a logical man, was growing tense and short-tempered, feeling helpless in the face of something that he really didn't understand. Eventually, in a last-ditch effort, he went to our local church. He actually asked a priest to bless our home, despite my parents not being religious. It wasn't something he believed in, he told me again, but desperation drove him there. After the priest blessed the house, the gifts stopped. My dad seemed relieved, telling me this, almost as though he'd finally come to terms with whatever had happened. He didn't exactly say it was a ghost, and in his telling, he didn't seem to want to dwell on that possibility. But his face was tense, his fingers drumming on the table, and the silence between us was thick. One detail, though, lingered long after the story ended. There was one particular gift that my dad had mentioned that we kept. It was a small wooden sled with a carefully painted scene on it. The picture showed a man pulling two children on the sled. One child looked remarkably like me, and the other like my younger sister, who hadn't even been born yet when we lived in that house. And the man, with the square jaw and serious expression, looked strikingly like my dad. I remember staring at him, waiting for him to explain that part, but he didn't. We found that one, maybe a month before your sister was born, and 6 months before your mother got sick. Then he looked down, clearing his throat, and changed the subject. The rest of dinner was quiet, the atmosphere a little awkward, but I didn't press him further. The look on his face told me that he'd already said more than he wanted to. Years later, I asked him about the story, curious if he'd elaborate, but he denied ever telling me. He looked genuinely confused, brushing it off as if I was mistaken. When I pressed him, saying I remember every word, he grew tense, insisting I must have misunderstood. I don't know what you're talking about, he said firmly, his eyes darkening in a way that I'd never really seen before. It's been a long time since that conversation, but I've never forgotten it. I still think about that sled sometimes, that small, intricate painting that somehow showed a family moment from years before it would ever happen. I've even tried to find it among our family's things, but it's nowhere to be found. My dad refuses to talk about it. And my sister, she doesn't really remember this weird little decoration, as she was so young. I don't know if I'll ever get any real answers, or that my dad ever had them to begin with. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't check my own mantle for something small and wooden. So far, nothing. Before sending this, I just sent the Green Hill Estates HOA an email advising the possibility of a wolf roaming around near one of our neighborhoods. Someone needs to go out there and see what's going on in the woods, and it's definitely not going to be me and my 8-pound Pomeranian leading the investigation. I didn't say that last part in my message, but someone really does need to go sweep that forest for anything that may pose danger to the families in our community. I mean, we've got kids out here riding bikes and walking around sometimes long after sundown. I'd hate to read on the HOA update board that a youngster had been mauled in an event that could have been preventable. This all happened a few hours ago, prompting the frantic, furious typing. I'd gotten home from work, took my dog out for a short walk around 8. There's a lot of components to everything going on that I didn't mention to my HOA, because my main goal was for them to do something about it. And if I fully explained myself, it would have decreased the chances for them to believe me, and therefore decrease their urgency to act. But that's why my next stop was here, because I had to tell someone what happened, share it with potentially more open-minded in nature than the board of my HOA. No offense to them. I understand it's a community resource. They have to allocate wisely, and my claim would have been looked at like not a serious inquiry if I'd shared the details, you know? I wrote about my concern being a wolf, but I'm not sure what it was. I got Scoot on his leash and my AirPods in. The Spirit Box app was open on my phone, and I was listening to it speak random words in between reverberate noises and sounds. Nothing jumping out as anything meaningful. On most nights, that's how it goes until I get bored and switch to music to power through the final stretch of the walk. Same thing happening tonight. All I'm hearing is choppy noise, and I've already got Spotify open, scrolling, about to play Dolly Parton, when the Spirit Box app says a full sentence that I can hear clearly in my headphones. A man's voice cut through the static saying, "I'm over here." I stopped mid-step with my thumb hovering over Backwoods Barbie, and I swiped over to the Spirit Box. In the app, along with its audio capabilities, it writes out the words being transmitted through with a timestamp. And a few seconds before, I was able to confirm that it said, "I'm over here." I kept looking through the timeline because I noticed a few seconds before that it said, "Hello, hello, wait," and I must not have heard it. Scoot was pulling on the leash, but I made him wait as I intensely listened for any more intelligible words. I gave us an internal 10 count. If nothing popped up on the Spirit Box, we were going to keep walking. Counting back, a part of me was intrigued at the prospect of my $10 purchase not going to waste. But in the same aspect, I was partially praying that something would convince me the app was a hoax and I could get on with my night. Because I'll admit that I was a little spooked. But it spoke again. Same voice, now saying, "Left, closer." Scooter and I walked to the sidewalk on the other side of the street. On that side, past the sidewalk, is a grassy slope leading down to the forest area. After I'd crossed the street, the voice stopped saying left but repeated, "Closer," about 5 or 6 times. I could tell it wanted me to go further down the hill towards the trees, and I was honestly about to do it. A few small embers of excitement still burned in my heart. I hadn't had these kinds of willies in my stomach since I was a child, and each step increased the feeling. But then Scoot stopped me. He didn't follow. He stayed on the sidewalk, and when I took out my AirPods, I could hear him growling. His hair was standing up, and he was trying to move me backwards, trying to pull the leash and me back up. Finally, I retreated back up to the sidewalk. I could have easily yanked him down the hill with me, but when I looked at him, he was trembling. With one earphone out, I didn't hear the Spirit Box when it told me, "Don't go." But it was logged as a spoken sentence when I checked the app again on the sidewalk. Even when I got back up next to Scoots, he didn't stop growling in the direction of the hillside. And when I looked back down into the trees, I saw what he was growling at. Camouflaged at the bottom of the hill, a man walked out of the trees into the short grass. He had his hands in his pockets. He smiled at me, and he took a hand out to wave. It looked like he took a file to his teeth. They were all grinded down to a point, and they were shiny. Scoots started yipping and barking, trying to get as far away from this guy as possible, and I did too. Right when he walked out, I had that "oh no" feeling. But when I saw those sharp teeth, everything felt a lot more impending. if that makes sense. I was realizing in that moment that I no longer felt safe at a distance. A random guy coming from the woods is off-putting enough when I'm walking alone out there. But this guy looked, dare I say, demonic. It had to have been him that hacked my Spirit Box app. I don't know how he did it. It didn't even know that an app like that could be hacked. But I've seen a lot of those things like Flipper Z on ads. They're like small hacking device things. I don't know their capabilities. I only know that there's things on the market that can easily hack stuff. I don't know another way that something like this could be pulled off. I deleted the app right when I got home, but not before looking at the sentence log one last time and seeing a final entry that said, "Come back." I've hunted the woods around Catahoula Parish most of my life. My granddad taught me everything I know. Tracking, still hunting, how to read a trail like it's a sentence. I don't rattle easily, and I sure don't spook at every twig that snaps, but what happened last fall made me hang up my gear for the season. It was late October. Weather had finally turned, cooler in the mornings with that bite in the air. Tells you the deer season's getting good. I'd set up my stand before sunrise near Little River, deep in a stretch of bottom land I've hunted for years. I know the woods like the back of my hand. I could walk them blindfolded. About a half an hour after first light, the woods went really still. Not quiet, just still. No birds, no squirrels, nothing was moving. And then I heard something that I'd never heard out there before. It was like this clicking sound. Not like branches or critters. It was rhythmic, sharp, like something tapping its teeth together. At first I thought maybe a hog with bad tusks or something, but it didn't sound natural. And then there was the smell. Rot. Like wet fur and spoiled meat that had been sitting in the sun too long. I've got enough deer to know the scent of decay, but this was something different. I stayed frozen in that stand, trying not to breathe too loud. And that's when I saw it, through the trees, maybe 60 yards out. Too big to be a man, but shaped like one. All limbs, thin and lanky. But it'd been stretched out. It moved like it was gliding just above the ground, and I swear to God, it was sniffing the air. That clicking noise was coming from it. I watched it move between the trees without a sound, like it belonged to the woods more than I ever had. At one point it stopped and tilted its head straight towards me. I couldn't see its eyes, and I couldn't tell if it could see me. Just the outline of its long, narrow face. It didn't come any closer. It just stared for a minute before slinking off toward the river. Admittedly, I didn't move for a long time. I just sat there with my rifle across my knees, feeling more helpless than I'd ever really felt out there, ever. When I finally did climb down, I left everything but the gun and walked the long way back to my truck. That night I told my dad about it. He just shook his head and said that some things out here ain't ours to understand. I haven't been back to the woods since. Maybe I will next season. Maybe I won't. But if I do, I won't be going alone. Mothman. That's the only name I've ever been able to give it. It was a warm summer evening and my family had gathered for an outdoor movie night at one of our relatives' houses. They'd set up a big screen in the backyard, rows of folding chairs and blankets covering the grass. The scent of popcorn and citronella candles was mixed in the air. In the sun, it was setting. For a kid around 7 or 8 years old, it really felt like the perfect night. The movie had just started when my attention began to wander. I wasn't interested in whatever was playing on the screen. I still don't remember what it was. So I turned my gaze toward the tree line at the edge of the yard. It was almost fully dark by then. the faint glow of the moon casting shadows across the ground. And that's when I saw something. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, just my imagination playing with the shapes of the trees, but as I stared, I realized it was something else entirely. A tall, black figure stood just beyond the trees, partially hidden by the shadows. It looked like it was covered in fur or hair, its long, spindly arms hanging unnaturally low. Its eyes, though, I remember those most clearly. They glowed a deep, almost fiery red, cutting through the darkness like embers, and it was staring right at me. I froze, not in fear exactly, but in shock. It wasn't moving, not even a little, just standing there, watching. The distance between us made it hard to make out specific details, and the dim light didn't help. I couldn't see if it had wings or not, though part of me expected it to. It was hard to explain the feeling, but it didn't seem threatening. There was an almost unnatural calm about it, like it wasn't interested in hurting me. It just was. After what felt like forever, curiosity got the better of me. I turned and ran back to the group, tugging on the sleeve of the nearest adult. "There's something in the woods," I said, urging them to come and see. Of course, they were skeptical, but I wouldn't let it go. I begged someone to follow me back to where I'd seen it. By the time I returned to the spot, it was completely dark. The figure was gone. The only thing staring back at me now were the trees. I scanned the area desperately, trying to catch another glimpse, but it was as if it had vanished into thin air. Understandably, no one believed me. I was just a kid with an overactive imagination, they said. Maybe I'd seen a shadow or a deer moving through the woods. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a deer. And though I wasn't afraid when I saw it, the memory of those glowing red eyes has stuck with me ever since. What was it? Was it watching me for a reason? Why didn't it move while I was looking? And why did it disappear the moment I turned away? I've never been able to answer those questions, but one thing I do know for sure, it wasn't my imagination. I've been a firefighter for nearly 15 years, and I've seen my fair share of things that would make most people never sleep again. But nothing, not even the worst infernos I've ever faced, could prepare me for what happened on this night. The call came in around 2 a.m. An old warehouse in the industrial district was ablaze. By the time we arrived, the fire had already consumed most of the structure. Captain split us into 2 teams to search for any squatters who might have been trapped inside. I was paired with Martinez, but as we made our way through the thick smoke, a beam collapsed between us, cutting me off. I radioed in, but the static drowned out any response. Somehow, my radio was busted. I tried doubling back, but the fire had grown way too intense. The air was scorching. My visibility was practically zero. I knew that I was in trouble. Then, through the roar of flames, I heard a voice. "Over here." It was faint but insistent, cutting through the chaos like my actual lifeline. I turned and I saw a figure in turnout gear just ahead of me, illuminated by the flickering fire. Thank God. I was stumbling towards them, telling them, "I'm stuck, lead me out." The figure didn't respond, but motioned for me to follow. I didn't question it, I was too focused on surviving. We weaved through the maze of debris, ducking under falling beams, skirting walls of flames. I kept calling out, trying to get a name or confirmation of who it was, but they stayed silent. Finally, we reached a clear exit. The figure stopped, turned to look at me, and then simply walked into the smoke, disappearing. I stumbled out into the cold night air, half expecting to see the figure that had led me to safety. I was coughing and gasping as my team rushed over. "Jesus, we thought we lost you," Martinez said to me, grabbing my shoulder. He asked, "Where the hell were you?" "I got separated," I said. "One of you guys found me and led me out." The team exchanged confused glances. My captain stepped forward. "I don't know what you're talking about. We've all been outside. No one went back in after the collapse." I froze and my mind was racing, replaying every step, every detail. I was certain that I'd followed someone. The turnout gear, the voice, it was all real, wasn't it? Later that night, as I lay awake in the station bunk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been saved by something or someone not of this world. I don't know if it was a ghost, a guardian angel, or something else entirely. I don't think I'll ever know. What I do know is I shouldn't have made it out of that fire alive, but I did. And it wasn't by my own doing. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, but I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay? You just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Just hold my hand, please." I'll never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench, and held his hand. His eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second, he was human, and then inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life, made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. My dad worked in a hospice wing for almost 20 years and just retired earlier this spring. Back in the early 2000s, he worked with one of those broody, keeps-to-themselves types, a guy named Carlos. Carlos wasn't the friendliest person, but he arrived on time, and his patients never complained, so they just accepted that social skills weren't his forte. One day they received a new patient, Carlos' grandfather, but obviously Carlos wanted to care for him. The old man suffered from Alzheimer's and would often forget where he was or mistake Carlos for his older brother. My dad said that it was really hard to watch. Everyone felt sorry for them, and it was obviously affecting Carlos. Hell, who could blame him? I can only imagine what it's like to watch a grandparent or loved one slip away like that, except it wasn't hurting Carlos in the way everyone thought it was. About 6 weeks later, his grandfather coded right after Carlos's shift ended. They were calling him before he made it to the parking lot. The doctors did everything they could, but the old man passed away. The problem was how he died. The doctor deemed the circumstances strange enough to warrant a toxicology report. They discovered enough sedatives to kill a horse. The security footage showed Carlos as the last one to enter his room, and when questioned by police, he confessed he'd been stockpiling medication for the entire 6 weeks, assuming no one would suspect foul play on the death of an Alzheimer's patient. When asked why he would want to kill his own grandfather, Carlos said the man had raised him and his older brother since they were 4 and 10. Unfortunately, he had abused them in horrible ways. He was the reason that Carlos's older brother had committed suicide at the age of 23. When Carlos turned 18, he moved out, never spoke to the old man again until he happened to show up in the hospice wing. His first instinct was to explain the situation and keep his distance, but then the old man called him by his brother's name, and something snapped inside. It suddenly seemed like a better plan to keep the past a secret and expedite his grandfather's departure. I don't really know how to feel about this. On one hand, I can't really blame Carlos. I mean, if there was ever a reason to kill. On the other hand, he ruined his life to kill someone who only had a couple of years left at best. What do you think? I maybe would have just kept my distance. A little backstory. I was staying a couple of nights with my biological dad, who I'd never visited before until semi-recently. Never seen his house, never seen him in person before, yada yada. He lives out in the Texas Hill Country, at least 2.5 hours from literally anything except trees. When we get to his house, it's creepy in that way that empty houses are. Nothing special. His wife and kids had left, and he was getting ready to sell the place. I spent 2 nights on the couch, which faces the TV. The TV gives off a reflection of the back of the room, which includes the kitchen and an open bar, no doors. You can see pretty much the entire kitchen in the TV if the light's out. The first night I fell asleep almost immediately after arriving, so whatever was in that house was probably ticked off that it didn't get to do any spooky ghost stuff that night. The second was when weird stuff started happening. Just sounds, but the kind of sounds that you hear when someone's walking around doing things. Everyone else was outside. I knew that for a fact. I could see them out on the porch. No one was in the house with me. I heard splashing, like someone was using the sink. I thought that the cat might be playing in its water bowl or something. I heard footsteps, no, boot steps in the kitchen. At this point, I was like, okay, this is ghost stuff. I heard crinkling chip bags. Ghosts like potato chips, I guess. The rest of the night was whispers, breathing, distant gunfire. Not actual gunfire, just faint, barely there artillery fire. I feel like it's worth noting that I'm a really, really calm person. This stuff is creepy, but I'm tired. I just finished watching Lost Boys. It's late. I tell whatever it is to leave me alone. And then I go to sleep. The next morning, the cat is acting weird. Biological dad even mentions that she usually doesn't act this way. Examples. keeps getting all prickly and weird and skittish at absolutely nothing. I ignore this, having slept like crap, and I sit down in front of the switched-off TV to stare into space for a while. So again, both my mom and biological dad are out on the porch, talking because this is Texas. And I shit you not, I look into the reflection of the kitchen, and I see a straight-up horror movie shadowy outline of a person just hanging out, walking around the kitchen like they're getting ready for their day. And I hear the tinkering of a spoon in a coffee cup. This ghost is straight up making ghost coffee. I look behind me at the kitchen and nobody's there. I look back at the reflection and there it is, still moving around casually. Suddenly it stops. I get the feeling that it's realized it's being watched. So I give a little wave into the reflection of the TV. Friendly enough. Hey, dead guy, I see you. What's up? It immediately starts making a beeline toward the couch where I'm sitting, and I get the hell out of there ASAP. But yeah, I saw a ghost make coffee once. Bakersfield locals know the Padre Hotel well. It's a landmark, a place where people go to enjoy dinner, drinks, and sometimes something else entirely. One night I was there taking photos. I didn't expect anything out of the ordinary. I live in town, so visiting the Padre for dinner felt routine. Being a wedding photographer, I'd spent a lot of time there. The building itself is elegant, with polished floors, refined decor, and a sense of old-world charm. But something about it also felt off. Couldn't quite put my finger on it at first, but the more that you're there, the more you realize something else is too. Perhaps it was the occasional flicker of the lights, or the way the temperature seemed to drop the deeper into the restaurant you went. The Padre Hotel had seen its fair share of tragedy. In the 1950s, a devastating fire swept through the upper floors, claiming the lives of several families, most of them children. The memory of that night lingers in every hallway, in every corner. The hotel staff has tried, time and time again, to erase the signs of what happened. In one particular area of the restaurant, a child's handprint, small and smudged, it keeps reappearing on the wall. They've scrubbed it, painted over it, yet no matter what they do, it always returns, like the child's trying to remind us they never left. After dinner this night, I took a casual photo of the wall with the infamous handprint. It wasn't until I got home and examined the picture that my stomach turned. There, beside the handprint, was a shadowy figure. It was faint but unmistakable. A hazy outline of a person standing right next to it, watching. And that's when the stories that I'd heard about the Padre Hotel began to surface in my mind. Paranormal investigators had flocked to this place for years. Many claimed it to be one of the most active locations they'd ever encountered. Some spoke of a man who drowned mysteriously in his bathtub. Others whispered about a man who had leapt from the hotel's roof in an act of desperation and despair. Each death left a mark, like a stain on the soul of the hotel that no amount of renovation could wash away. And the strange happenings continue to this day. Water faucets turn on by themselves, and electrical malfunctions are commonplace, especially in rooms where guests have reported feeling watched. Bartenders speak of glasses sliding across the bar before crashing to the floor, and many have seen shadow figures darting out of the corner of their eyes, only to disappear when they look directly. Ever since the photo incident, I find myself incredibly curious every time I pass the Padre. I can't help but wonder what or who is still lingering inside. I guess I agree that the hotel is alive, not just with the hustle and bustle of guests, but with the spirits of former guests, ones refusing to be forgotten. I worked at a nursing home for about 8 years. I came in for my shift one day and was informed that a resident on hospice care would likely be passing away during my shift. I was not on her floor, but the floor across from hers. There were 2 other girls who would be working with her that were both newly hired. I was told that the resident was afraid of dying and did not want to be alone. She had expressed this extensively to the staff. Her son had been with her all day, but that evening he went to get some dinner. During his absence, I saw one of the new girls running up the hall in distress. "Something's wrong with MJ," she said, speaking of the resident. I replied in my most calm manner to explain what was going on as I followed her to MJ's room. "She isn't responding, and her head is tipped to the side. She's got something coming out of her mouth," she exclaimed. Sure enough, MJ was sitting upright, her head cocked to the side. Her chest rose and fell laboriously, like a fish out of water. I went and stood behind her, cradling her head next to mine. I wrapped my arms around her. Both girls were scared and speaking loudly. "She's dying," they exclaimed. I shushed them and said everything was going to be all right. I asked them to get some supplies so that we could get MJ comfortable, mostly to just get them out of the room. I knew I had to be the rock, the one to call up order in the chaos. I knew MJ was close to drawing her last breath, and I knew that she was terrified of being alone. I held her in my arms and sang to her softly. I told her that everything would be all right. I said it over and over again until I could no longer feel her chest rise and fall. It was just MJ and I in that room, and now I was alone with a vessel that had once held her spirit. When the girls returned with clean linens, we carefully changed MJ, and the 3 of us worked together to lift her into her bed. I remember the odd feeling of holding her lifeless body, her slack limbs, and how the muscle no longer supported any of her joints. I felt I couldn't allow her head to fall backward, that even in death, it was vital to keep her supported. Her son had returned and was waiting outside of the room. I knew I had to prepare her perfectly. The memory of seeing your dead loved one is a core memory, one that you'll never forget. No one ever wants to see their loved one's dead, lifeless body. That's never, ever anything anyone wants. I had to ensure that this tender moment was portrayed with as much dignity as possible. I combed her hair, pulled the sheets up, made sure that there weren't any wrinkles in the bedding. I rested her hands on her chest and used a damp washcloth to close her eyes. When I was sure MJ looked as peaceful as possible, I opened the door and allowed him to begin his grieving process. I've never held someone as they transitioned from one life to the next. As sad as it was, I'm so glad that I could be there for her, that I could comfort her, help her let go, know that she was being cared for. I felt a deep welling in my own heart that I had done something good. I had shared with someone something that no other person was able to do in that moment. I held her while she died. I went to bed that night with a feeling of peace. At some point, I began to dream, and I want to say it was early morning when I felt the presence. The vision in my dream was a chamber of light, gold flecks, and taking on no shape recognizable. Her presence stood beside the head of the bed. She had been there all along, and now I could see her golden aura. In my dreams, I heard her feminine voice. She said, "Thank you," and slowly faded away. I could feel her spirit ascend this earth, and I knew in my heart that MJ had made a point to tell me what I did had truly comforted her. I was told ghosts can still feel love, even after death. If that's true, then it's also true they can still feel hurt after death, too. When my dad died, I could sense his presence in the house. He was an Air Force colonel and a very serious person, The pictures I drew were always hung up on the refrigerator, but his interest in anything I did was uncomfortable and forced. It wasn't my gender he struggled to bond with, as he had no yearning in his soul for a son. He didn't want any kids. He didn't like kids, and though he wasn't mean to me, he was never kind. We didn't have the chance to develop a meaningful relationship before he passed. The only person in the world who could make my dad smile was my mom. They were madly in love and one another's best friend. On a cold December morning, 2 servicemen would knock on our door, handing my mom a folded American flag. One of the men would begin talking to my mom about an accident. Standing behind her, I make eye contact with the officer that's not speaking. His eyes were dry until he saw me. He quickly looked back down and any other direction that he could in a desperate attempt not to cry. I was old enough to know what they were talking about, but I was unable to comprehend that our lives as we knew it had just changed forever. I was able to finish off the school year with my friends and all the teachers that had dealt with me using kid gloves. Then, the following year, it was off to a new school with teachers who could care less about the circumstances that put me in their classroom, one that was already at max capacity. With our SBP, my mom was able to purchase a little home off the base, and she got a job at a gas station to make ends meet. I learned to wake myself up for breakfast and how to do my own laundry. I'd only see my mom after school near dinner time. To make extra money, she asked her boss to work double shifts. On those days, she'd still be at work when I'd catch the school bus. Laundry was a chore that I'd put off as long as I could during the week. Our washer and dryer was located in the basement down a set of creaky wooden steps. At the top of the steps was a white pull string. It turned on a single halogen bulb. The small source of light was the only option for illumination in that basement. It was barely enough to read the settings on the machine. A few times I'd open the door and reach for the string. Instead of it hanging at a reachable level, I would find the string tightly wrapped around the light fixture itself. Like someone had yanked the string down, and when it flew back up, it got tangled. The first time dealing with it, I resolved to prop the door open with a kitchen chair and go down with my basket of laundry. While I loaded the washing machine with my dirty clothes, I heard the chair that was holding the door open slide on the linoleum floor. The small rectangle of light that I was using is wiped over in black from left to right. The clothes in my hand were thrown, and I blindly ran up the wooden steps to the door. I found the railing and began using it to guide me up the stairs. Sliding my palm up the railing, I touch what feels like another hand. The sensation makes me fall backwards, and I almost fall down the steps, but I catch myself. I'm sure the neighbor could hear the scream I let out. I bounded up the last pair of steps and clawed at the wood until my fingers touched the brass door handle. That night, I waited for my mom to get home and untangle the string before I went down there to finish laundry. Even with the light on again, it was impossible for me to ignore the chills I was feeling down there. It was more common than not that I was home alone when the activity would ramp up. On a handful of incidents that my mom was home with me, we'd both hear pounding on the basement door. She insisted that it was old pipes making all that noise. Lying in bed one night, she was talking to me from the doorway, and we both heard her name be called from the living room. Enough for her to pause what she was saying and take a step back from my room to look around the living room. The voice we heard sounded just like my dad's. It didn't scare us. The tone was so familiar. My mom was able to hold a state of bliss for a fraction of a second before becoming disillusioned by the impossibility of its reality. Leaning back into my room, she denied what we had heard, describing the sound as nothing more than a dog bark. Though I don't think it would have changed things if I told her this. What she didn't know was that I'd been hearing my dad's voice in the house prior to that incident. Things had been happening around the house while she was at work. I was secretly excited when we both heard her name be called. I was hoping that this was a chance to confide in her about everything that had been happening around the house, while I was alone. However, her being so adamant about what we actually heard made me think that she would belittle whatever I told her, try to explain anything away. Just like how we heard her name in the living room. I heard my dad over my shoulder while I was doing homework at the kitchen table. The inquisitive, he used to give me while briefly inspecting my work in passing. It was his hint that I better recheck my answer. The first time it happened at the new house, the sound didn't register to me past redoing the math problem I was on. Adding the numbers on a second effort gave me a new answer that I'd replaced my previous equation with. After correcting the error in my work, that's when I remembered I was home alone. It made me feel melancholy, a rare memory that made me genuinely miss my dad. Early one morning before my mom left for work, she woke me up and told me not to use the bathroom sink until she got home. She was running late for work and one of her earrings had fallen down the drain. Lifting my hand out from under the covers, I gave her a thumbs up before falling back asleep. The next time I was woken up, it was by my alarm clock signifying the start of my morning routine before school, beginning with my visit to the restroom. When I sat down, I remembered what my mom told me earlier. At my height at the time, the counter of the sink is about neck level. After I got up, I walked over to the sink to see if my mom's earring was visible from the drain hole. Turns out, the earring was very easy to spot because it had somehow moved out of the drain pipe and was now resting in the bowl of the sink. I carefully reached in and pinched the small diamond tightly in between my fingers before pulling it out and setting it on the counter next to the matching one. The presence of my dad was always felt through little things like that. The first day we moved into our house, my mom was grieving. Unpacking boxes from the moving truck was a slow process, one that she undertook on her own. If there were boxes I could carry, I did my best, but the responsibility of unpacking rested solely on her and the allotted time that we had with the rented moving truck. When the last box was inside, we dropped off the truck and drove our car back to our new home. The front of our house only had street parking, but in those days there weren't a lot of cars congested on the road. We also had a designated spot with our address number written on the curb. It's dark, and as our headlights brighten up our parking spot, my mom applies pressure to the brakes before the car pulls into the spot. She's staring at something in front of the car. I have to take off my seatbelt and climb higher in my seat to get at her eye level, see what my mom's focusing on. In the shine of our headlights is a scroungy possum with 5 or 6 possum babies hanging off its back. The mom possum is frozen with its mouth open, staring at the headlights. This was probably the ugliest representation of God's creation, and the sight of it makes me laugh out loud, but my mom's response is to start crying. Her tears silenced my laughter, and she apologizes. Then she tells me that possums were my dad's favorite animal. Finally, she broke a smile under her tears, saying that she never knew why he loved those crazy creatures. Home alone, I'd regularly hear the distinct sound of our basement steps creaking, like someone was pacing up to the top of the stairs and then back down. Every time the footsteps would reach the top, I'd be filled with a growing sense of dread until the sound retreated again. That's when I began to understand that there was more than one spirit residing in this home. The spirit upstairs was separate from what stayed in the basement. Upstairs, the energy felt normal. When I sensed my dad in the room, it brought on a sense of security only a military father could give. Chairs would move and doors would open, but after believing it was him, those things became the same as saying, "Love Dad" on a card. Whereas going into the basement felt like each step was submerged further into a stagnant flood of terror. 14 steps down into a damp, dark, windowless basement. When I'd find the pull string wrapped around the light bulb again, it would frustrate me to the point of calling my mom at her job. Phone calls like these were only reserved for emergencies, but as a terrified 9-year-old, in my eyes, her selfish act was an injustice that deserved acknowledgement. I made it a point to interrupt the greeting that she'd recite when the phone connected. I asked her if she was aware that she'd gotten the string for the basement light tangled on itself again. After a short pause, my mom admitted that she hadn't come home that day. Apparently, for the last few months, she'd been seeing a guy off and on from work. It had been over a year since my dad's passing by then, but I was still shocked to hear that she was dating again. That night, she came home early to discuss her new relationship with a man named Brian. The heartfelt plea that she made to obtain my well wishes enlightened me on what it was like to be lonely as an adult. We both cried during the conversation, but when she was done, I no longer had the arguments I'd compiled in preparation for our talk. We watched a movie together, and she joked with me in my doorway before I fell asleep. The whole time, I was happy for my mom, but her good news made me hesitant to talk about my loneliness and what I was dealing with there. Positive nights with my mom were rare, and I thought my news would ruin the mood. In the morning, my mom had breakfast ready for me and walked me to the bus. What used to be a regular morning routine became a cherished surprise. She'd be gone when I returned from school, and when I opened the front door, the cold gloom of an empty house was there to meet me again. It became normal for me not to see my mom for days at a time. The house was always stocked with food, and I never went without, but she was now splitting her hours thinner with the addition of Brian. At school, the kids started to make fun of me because my clothes were dirty. I would ignore doing laundry for weeks, just so I didn't have to go into the basement. Apparently, my hygiene became noticeable enough to warrant the attention of my vice principal, who pulled me into his office during recess to ask how things were going at home. Not wanting to get my mom in trouble and have more unwanted attention on me, I lied and told him everything was joyful at my home. When he asked about my dirty clothes, my excuse was that our washing machine was broken, but we ordered a new one. It just arrived. I gave him the widest and brightest smile that I could muster, and with that, they let me go back out to recess. The children around me were always so ecstatic near the end of the day, in anticipation of the bell to ring and for everyone to file out of the classroom and go home. I felt the opposite. I would dread when the final bell would echo through the elementary school hallways, especially knowing I had to be dressed in a clean outfit when I showed up the next day, or risk the patience of an already concerned faculty. This meant that I had no choice but to go down into the basement that night to run a cycle of laundry. Gathering my clothes into a basket, I turned on every light in the house and unlaced an old pair of shoes. I tied the ends of the laces together to make one long rope. Then, I threaded it around a cabinet handle, tying it each time it came around. Then, after opening the basement door, I'd do the same thing to the door handle there, wrapping the lace around until it was tightly securing the door from closing on me while I was down there. I knew the string for the light would be tangled up in the fixture, not by a premonition, but by my discovery a week prior, it being the sole reason I didn't complete this task previously. I refused to go down there without being able to turn the light on, so this time I came prepared with a kitchen chair. It wobbled beneath my feet like an earthquake as it balanced above an ocean of black. To reach the light fixture, I had to push the legs of the chair right to the edge of the top step. I pull at the string and it unravels from itself and falls back down to where it belongs. I click the light on, then retrieve the basket holding my laundry. The basement was freezing, and my teeth chattered as I loaded the first basket of clothing into the washing machine. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, up to the door and in between the slats of the stairs while grabbing as many clothes as I could with each handful I loaded. On top of the dryers where I put a big box of detergent and a scoop I used to perfectly measure the amount I put in. The scoop was missing. When I saw that it wasn't within the general area or behind the box, I used my hands and did the best I could to estimate how much I was throwing into the machine. Nothing was going to keep me down there longer than I had to be. I quickly let the washer door slam into place. The harsh, metallic noise always hurt my ears, but these washer and dryer units took more strength to fully close than new age models. They wouldn't start otherwise. I ran back upstairs as fast as I could, with the wicker basket in my hands. The feeling I was being pursued had struck me by the first step. Reaching the top, I threw the basket and tried to untie the knot that I had made with the shoelaces. As I freed the doorknob and the door closed, I was able to exhale. In order to be done for the night and prepared for school the next morning, I had to repeat this process 2 more times. Once for a drying cycle, and a final time to bring the clothes upstairs. When I heard the washer stop, I brought a chair with me to the door, but the basement light was still on. I still made sure to tie the shoelaces tightly to the door handle before I went down to switch the load over. Then, with the same frantic urgency as before, I raced up the stairs, untangled the knot, and slammed the door. The drying cycle took longer than the wash did. During that time, I tried to distract myself by watching TV. It didn't work. I was all too aware of what I would have to do soon. When the final buzzer went off indicating the dryer had stopped, I must have been overly confident at how simple my first 2 trips had been. Pulling the chair up to the basement door again, I became even more confident when the light was still on. Then, I made a decision I would regret, with unwavering affirmation later. I didn't tie the shoelace around the doorknob, like I'd previously done. Instead, I thought I could retrieve my clothes quicker than the time it took to fasten the door open. Ignoring my better judgments, I slid the chair against the door and hustled down. The dryer is on the left of the washer and is positioned at an angle, making it difficult to clearly see the door. After I filled the basket, I turned around to see that the door had been closed. I hadn't heard the chair move or the hinges creak. Surely, in my heightened state of alertness, a noise like that would have been heard, and yet, with a basket full of laundry in my hands, I stood at the bottom of the basement steps, looking up at a closed door. Then I counted back from 3 in my head before running up the stairs. With a burst, I ran through the door into the kitchen, then threw the basket on the ground to catch my breath. But as the basket landed, I heard heavy thumps of footsteps climbing the stairs from behind me. I spun around and quickly slammed the basement door shut, then put my back against it with all my weight. There was an impact from the other side that almost knocked me forward. The door was pushed out about an inch before it slammed shut again. If I wasn't pressed against the door like I was, the hit would have swung the basement door wide open. That realization brought a wave of emotions that my adrenaline had been keeping at bay. They sunk me to the ground, and I sat, sobbing into my lap while still feeling the door getting pushed from the other side. There was a blanket inside the laundry basket that I could reach from where I was sitting. That night, I cried myself to sleep on the kitchen floor, wrapped in a blanket, pressed up against the basement door. Needless to say, I didn't get a lot of sleep that night. When I woke up that morning, I almost missed the bus. The alarm had been set up in my bedroom, and I couldn't hear it sleeping in the kitchen. I'm usually up before the sun, so at first, I wasn't sure about the glaring light focused perfectly on my eyelids. Registering that it must be the actual sun, I shot awake, looking directly at the clock on the stove. I had 10 minutes to get dressed and run a block to my bus stop. Now awake, I realized there was no sun. It still hadn't fully reached the horizon. I couldn't find any light source. Nothing that could have been shining a glare in the direction of my bed. This was the least of my concerns, though. I had to get going. As I dug through my fresh-smelling clothes in a sleepy haze, I was happy knowing what I'd gone through last night was worth it. Before leaving, I slid the kitchen table against the basement door, and within that 10 minutes, somehow, managed to catch the bus. At school that day, I was tired and hungry, but nobody could say that I looked dirty. The week scrolled by without any extra anxiety added to my plate. The table stayed in front of the basement door, and I did my homework in the living room. The night my mom came home, I saw my dad's silhouette. It followed her when she left my room. When her shadow moved from the hallway wall, a second one trailed after. Then, my mom poked her head back into my room, asked about the kitchen table. I told her that I saw a big rat down there when I was doing laundry, that I didn't want it to come upstairs. My mom cringed and told me to leave the table where it was, and she'll handle it when she's off work early the next day. The look on my mom's face was the exact expression I wanted to see. When I said rat, her mouth opened and her eyes got wide. I thought what I did was the same as yelling fire when you're being abducted instead of just yelling. If I told her there was a demon in the basement, she wouldn't have been so ready to inspect every corner of said basement. And at least this way, she'd have to go down there, experiencing and feeling how creepy it was for herself. The next day, it's Saturday, and I watch my morning cartoons. As I pour my milk for my cereal, I see the spoons have already been set on the counter. When these small things happen, I always make sure to say, "Thanks, Dad." It was like he was being more attentive as a father in the afterlife than he ever was on Earth. When my mom arrived home, a second person accompanied her through the door. Standing beside my mother was an older gentleman. She introduced him as Brian. He looked much older compared to my mom, but my mom always looked young for her age. He spoke with a gravelly voice of a committed smoker, and he smelled like he sounded, but he was funny, talkative, and ready to tackle the rat problem my mom had. He pulled the kitchen table away and opened the basement door. Taking the first step, Brian feels around on the wall for a light switch. Then he looks up to see the way that you turn the light on is done by a pull string, and the pull string was tangled around the light. Within a few seconds, Brian had it clicked on and continued down the stairs. Playing up the damsel in distress routine, my mom follows down the stairs close behind him. I stay in the kitchen and wait for them to return. I hear the washer and dryer get slid around, mumbling tones and my mom's giggling. But it doesn't sound like they found anything of significance. When they came back up, it was concluded that whatever got down in there had probably found its way back out. Brian stayed for dinner that night, and my mom got to show off her homemaking skills. Brian and I were sitting at the kitchen table while Mom prepared the food. There's a baseball game on in the living room that keeps the pause in conversations from becoming awkward. Brian's attention is on the game, and I'm watching my mom cut carrots. Beside her, a silverware drawer flies out from its cubby, catapulting forks, knives, and spoons everywhere on the kitchen floor. The noise scares us all. Brian gets up to help my mom and asks what happened. She thinks her apron got caught, and that's what pulled the drawer out. She really did believe that's what happened too, because Brian left that night, and I asked her about it. She didn't even flinch when telling me about the apron thing again. After that night, my mom was back to her regular pattern of being gone for days. Time would pass, and I no longer felt my dad's presence in the house. I think he left the night Brian came around. I no longer heard his voice in my ear. Things that were lost were no longer magically found, and no longer did he chase my mom's shadow when she was home. However, the activity wouldn't cease with his absence. Coming home on a snowy day after school, I passed by our empty parking spot collecting so much snow, the number for our address was totally covered. Walking into the house, I have an obstructed view into the kitchen, and I see the basement door is wide open. The table that was firmly pressed against it is now pushed back enough for the door to fully swing open on its hinges. The lights I turned on earlier that morning were suddenly off. My closest source of illumination was the living room light. It was a few steps in front of me, and I made them quickly across the carpet. I reached into the lampshade and began tapping the fixture's button off and on, but the bulb didn't heat up. Out of frustration, I gently shook the lamp, and I heard the glass jingle around. I reached my hand further up until I felt the bulb. It had been unscrewed, just enough to not activate. After I rotated it twice, the bulb lit up under the lampshade. As I went to the next closest lamp, I found that bulb, along with all of the other ones in my house, had been unscrewed. It had finally made its way upstairs, and the dreary interior of my home would further digress into a hopeless black hole that took energy from me the moment I entered its chambers. The shadow man would show himself in my peripherals, but this time he brought a suffocating agitation, one that would smother me enough to lose concentration on whatever I was working on, and then focus intently on the fear of him coming closer. If I looked in his direction, he'd disappear and move somewhere else in the room, waiting for me to find him again. I'd also get progressively sicker in a very short amount of time. My mom was home with me the night that my fever really spiked, and she had to take me to the hospital. Other than dehydration from puking, the doctors couldn't figure out why my temperature was so high. They gave me some medication that brought the fever down enough for me to be released home. I was still in the triple digits, but not hot enough to cause brain damage. My mom took work off for the next 2 days, and when she had to go back, she started coming home right after to take care of me. She even stopped in on her lunch breaks. Brian also stopped by a few times with gifts for me. It was nice to have a full house again, even under such circumstances. When he came over, he would sit in a chair next to the couch that I was laying on, keeping me company if I was awake. The strong, empathetic nature of Brian made me feel safe. I could fall asleep easily when he came over. Then it dawned on me through a dream. I needed to tell Brian what had been going on in the house. He'll be able to retain the information with an unbiased filter. When I woke up, I heard him and my mom talking in the kitchen. I'd almost pulled the covers over me to go in there, but as I listened to what they were saying, their words had me frozen. I heard my mom's soft voice say, "Kill her now." And Brian's low, gruff voice replies, "Kill the girl." They repeated those phrases back and forth to each other. The soft, monotone way that they were talking to each other was so eerie and bizarre. Slowly, I turned my body to look over the arm of the chair, and as I lifted my head, their voices stopped. When I fully looked into the kitchen, nobody was there. A few minutes later, Brian and my mom would walk inside with groceries for the night. I pretended to be asleep when I heard my mom's keys jingle in the door handle. The next time Brian sat down by the couch, I took the opportunity and first tested the waters by asking if he believed in ghosts. Brian smiles big and says, "Well, yes, I do." And then he asks, "Why?" I told Brian everything, and he sat there calmly, listened until I unloaded all of the stories of horror that had been cluttering my life. When I was done, he gave me a hug. He stood up. He grabbed his car keys. Before my mom was done preparing dinner, Brian was back inside with a stack of books about ghosts, demons, how to ward off evil. He got my mom involved, and she was more open to the idea when the words came from his mouth. She was shocked by my stories, but she also felt a sense of embarrassment that I hadn't told her any of it. I can't be sure if everything changed after that because Brian came into our lives and the house wasn't so empty anymore, or if it was the books he gave me, the things I was doing that I thought were keeping me safe, the crystals, all of that stuff. I have no idea if any of it really works, but something about believing that it would really helped. I haven't messed with any of that stuff since I was a kid. Once I felt like I'd gotten rid of it, I didn't feel there was any need to dabble in it anymore. Though I'm still super interested in all of it. Most of my social media accounts remain active because I get a kick out of the crazy shit people feel comfortable posting about. Personally, I rarely post, and when I do, it's mostly of our dogs with the kids. Never have I ever posted a controversial or political opinion thinking the hundreds of friends or family or coworkers need to hear. I understand, though, throughout the history of man, there's always been a communal pulpit where any fool would climb atop and beckon the people's attention if their voice was loud enough. Controversies are meant to be discussed. I get it. I can ignore my best friend's mom and her slightly offensive posts, but some of the shit that I see on here is crazy. A guy I knew in high school lost custody of his kids, all because his ex-wife has a restraining order against him because she lied to the cops, said that he was threatening her with an axe, allegedly. Sometimes I think, why do I know this? Why do I need to know this? I don't, and yet I do. I hail from a small, poor town in West Virginia and moved as far away as I could, as fast as I could when I turned 17. I was one of the few students who figured out that good grades equal scholarships, and scholarships equal a golden ticket out of there. Secretly, a tiny portion of me does miss the small-town lifestyle. Sometimes I fawn over its simplicity. It's the posts from rural people that relinquish a real nose-to-the-ground life reporting. The good, the bad, the ugly, all are worthy of posting on their Facebook wall for the world to see. There's a gem of a story that I've been steadily following the transgression of, to the point of reacting to a couple of the Facebook comments just so I can keep getting updates. A guy that I knew from high school, who I'll name Dane, posted a video he recorded from his phone. It's of his family's garage. It still looked the same from when we used to hang out in there. In the video, Dane's breathing is all loud and shaky, and he points the camera towards not the actual up and down garage door, but a wooden side door that leads outside to the side of the house. And that door is just ripping back and forth, slamming open and closed again and again. He titled that one, "Garage Ghost Scared the Kids Again." I thought, no shit. That scared me too, and I'm watching it through my phone. Next video he posts is titled, "Who the Fuck?" I had to watch this one a few times, but when I saw what he was talking about, it gave me literal chills. This time, Dane's in the backyard. Camera pointed at a picket fence that divides his property from his neighbor. By the way, from where I used to live, I was able to see the front of the house that Dane's looking at as I lived one street over on the other side. I'll get back to that. But in this video, it's nighttime, and Dane's using the flashlight of his phone to light up as much of his backyard as he can from where he's standing, which looks to be the middle of the yard because the phone's light doesn't stretch too far. It barely has enough glow to show the wooden slates on the fence and a person peeking just over the top of the fence. They look to be human eyes because they don't throw the light back like a raccoon does. You could really differentiate the whites of the eyes when they blinked and opened again. In the video, Dane says, "This woman keeps showing up, looking over the fence at us. There's no one living in that house right now. We've tried calling the cops, but they won't keep coming back every other night to sweep the abandoned house. I've tried going over there, but I can never find her." He goes on to say that it started happening 6 months ago, after those neighbors moved out. In other written posts, Dane isn't reserved in his beliefs that his back neighbor's house is haunted, and like a rodent infestation, it's slowly making its way over to his house. Now, I'm pretty intrigued because I had a weird story, actually more than a few of them, involving the previous owners of that property. 3 sisters, all looked to be midlife, 40s or 50s, all living together and all sharing an equally bitchy scowl when they'd see you. Again, I lived on the other side of them. I used to be able to see right into the front of their house from my bedroom window. I remember he and I used to talk about how scary those 3 sisters were. I think because I was a girl and Dane wanted to act tough in front of me, he never admitted to being creeped out by their behavior across the fence. But I know that we used to talk about seeing them up at all different hours of the night. There would always be candles moving from room to room of the house. I don't think I ever saw an actual light bulb in there once. I reached out to Dane on Messenger and he replied within a couple of minutes. He said that he's only been living back home for a little over a year. Nikki, his girlfriend, had another baby. He said this is kid number 5. So they moved back home for free babysitting at La Casa de la Grandparents. I'm like, that's cool, man. Holy shit, 5 kids. He's like, yeah, when the new one was born is when everything started hitting the fan. Like the baby attracted something. I asked if the 3 sisters were the last occupants there, and he told me, yeah, but when they moved out, only 2 of the sisters were there. He thinks one of the sisters died, as he'd only been seeing 2 of them for the 6 months he'd been back at the house before they moved. Without me having to say it, he sends a message saying, I think it's the ghost of the 3rd sister. I think she's fucking with us because she's lonely. Or maybe she wants to possess the baby. All I know is I got Jesus on my side, bitch. Okay. I tell him, that's heavy, bro. I'm sorry about that. And that was the last message I sent him. I decided not to share my story with him because it sounded like he already had a lot on his plate, and I thought it might stress him out more, but I'll tell you. So I could see the front of these 3 sisters' house for the first year or so that the women were living there. I always thought that there was a little girl that also lived with them. I assumed her to be one of their daughters. She looked to be 5 or 6. And once it was really late at night, and I was riding my bike home from a party. I turned onto my street, and she was doing ballet in the front yard, all by herself. Mind you, it was close to 4 in the morning, so seeing this little girl outside, hopping and dancing around in the dark, it was an unsettling sight to come across. But she was the least of my concerns as I got off my bike and tried to slowly walk it up my driveway, trying to remain undetected from my parental guardians. Our driveway was gravel, so every move sounded louder than necessary. When I get to the grass of the backyard, I'm able to relax a bit more. Before I fully entered the backyard, I glanced back over my shoulder toward the little girl. But instead of seeing her, I locked eyes with one of the sisters, standing at the edge of their yard. It scared the absolute hell out of me. The glare that she had frightened me to the core. I screamed so loud I actually woke my parents up. Their bedroom light flipped on right after I opened my mouth. I instantly knew I was fucked. Looking back across the street again, the woman was now gone just like the little girl. Their yard was empty. And the next thing I heard from outside was my dad's feet stomping down the stairs, too fast for me to run or think of anything. I'd never been caught before, but I'd snuck out a lot prior to that. I was grounded for a long time after that. My dad sold my bike on Craigslist. Some prick bought it for $20 so he could scrap it for parts. Shit was tragic. I remember I saw that little girl a few more times, and only at night. I swear that she would hold a candle, staring at my bedroom window from her bedroom window every time I looked. Then at some point, I just stopped seeing her. You see how this story could have convoluted Dane's predicament further. Needless to say, there's a lot going on over there, and I always kind of thought that was the case, but the stuff that he posted pretty much confirms it for me. I asked if I could share his stuff, but he declined, doesn't want to be harassed. His comment section is filled with people that think that he's using fishing line for the door or making his wife dress up in costumes to get the footage. I don't think Dane would do any of that, though. He'd have no reason to seek this kind of attention, and is already overwhelmed with the small-town fame that he's building for himself back home. 5 kids, though. That's gotta be tough. Might even be scarier than the neighbors. I'm a real estate agent, female, 42. I've been selling houses for over 6 years. Working in the industry long enough, it was only a matter of time that I'd come across one of those hard-to-sell houses. The previous realtor that had this house sold its listing at an auction the agency had at the end of every month. It was on the table for cheap. I thought I was going to be able to turn an easy profit depending on how well I worked the sale. The next afternoon, me and my husband went to check out the property in person. I always brought my husband Sean to inspect new properties. We've had to toss out a lot of squatters, especially when the seasons change. We regularly check the vacant properties just to make sure no funny business is going on before we sell the house. When I get a new property, I like to introduce myself to the neighbors. I give them my agency number and tell them to call me if they see anybody entering the premises. A house that sells well for us also increases the property value of the homes around it. 100% of the time, the spiel always made the homeowner feel proud of the home that they have and happy to help enrich its potential growth. And in the future, if they ever planned on selling their home, they'd already have our number. It's a win for them and a win-win for us. But when we pulled into the creepy little stretch of neighborhood, the pictures that were shown at auction had to have been shot at a precise, perfect angle on the best day of summer, because what we pulled up to looked nothing like the picture. It felt like the house was frowning when we arrived. I worried, even if I picked the litter out of the trees and slapped a fresh coat of paint on the dump. Is the house too old to realistically compete with the younger, less ran-through houses around? New families weren't looking to move into dumps back in 2003. A little over 2 decades ago, it wasn't like it was today. If you're 30 or under, take a second to look around you right now. It's a dump, isn't it? It's not your fault. Nowadays, the house that I'm talking about is selling for close to $1 million. It didn't used to be like that. Growth by proxy. The town around it grew into a city, turning that dump into a highly sought-after suburban home just outside the metropolitan area. But this is in the past. I'm in 1999 having an anxiety attack about the state of despair as Creed jams their final notes of With Arms Wide Open and Sean plays air drums. Only when the song ends were we allowed to exit the vehicle. And that's when I was able to really see the seemingly overwhelming goal I'd set for myself. After a quick walk around the outside of the house, we walked across the street to meet the neighbors and do our little spiel. That house looked equal to, if not worse, than the house we were selling. I had no clue what I was going to say if they answered the door. We were halfway up the broken driveway when the front door swings open, and we saw an old woman holding a gun bigger than herself. She yelled at us to read the sign. With our hands held up, Sean and I look around for a sign that we must have missed. The woman shouts, "It says no soliciting or die." I tell her we're not solicitors and go into my spiel. The woman would meet us out at her fence and apologize for threatening us with her rifle. She ended up telling us that she had seen people in the home, lights on at nighttime. Sometimes it looked like there were fires inside, but she never saw anyone leave. In addition to this, she's also seen a cloaked figure running around on the roof. We thanked her for her time, and Sean popped the trunk of the car to retrieve our squatter repellent bag. There was a brick walkway that led to the front door. I put the key in, but the door just opened because it was already unlocked. That's never a good sign when entering a new property, and it didn't help that the neighbor had us thinking this place was going to be a hellhole upon entering. Sean pulled me back and took the lead inside with our repellent tightly in hand. We were astonished to see that the house looked clean and fully furnished. All of the furniture and appliances were covered in dust. If the outside looked half as put together as the inside, I might have felt a little more ambitious, but I still couldn't get over that the previous owners managed to maintain the interior so well, but let their immediate outside stay in such shambles. Sean and I walk from room to room at a level 10 of intensity and find the house to be empty. In the process, we were able to fully see how well this home had been preserved. It looked like the family could have walked right through the doors at any moment, but apparently they hadn't done that in quite some time. It was eerie. I didn't know the history past the bank's proprietor purchase, but from the photos still hanging on the walls, it looked like a family had lived there. Mother, father, and a daughter. On the ground in the daughter's room, there was an open coloring book with crayons still laying next to it. The page was unfinished, never being returned to. What would have made the family just stand up and go like that? It's boggled my mind ever since, trying to fathom the possibilities. The living room was spacious with a fireplace. That's where Sean and I were standing together compiling a list of things that needed to be done, and we heard a voice ask, "Is anyone there?" Sean, still holding the repellent, says, "Hello?" The voice again asks, "Is anyone there?" Then he adds that he's stuck, but stops replying after that. Sean and I are looking up and down for where this voice could possibly be coming from. We both notice the page has changed in the coloring book, but we don't comment on that until we're gone. After another full ring around the house, we meet back in the living room, and Sean points to the chimney, suggesting that we check there for one last effort. Sean gets on his back with a broom and shimmies it up. Soot plumes down, then a shoe, and then a leg bone. The sight was absolutely horrific. I'd never seen anything like that in real life, and yet I knew exactly what had just fallen onto Sean's face. The bone was heavy enough to split open his forehead when it hit him. It was terrifying when he started screaming because it echoed up the chimney chute. I took him to the hospital, and we reported it to the authorities. Not only did they have to break apart the chimney to retrieve the remains, the firefighters let the chimney fall completely forward through the roof, damaging the structure and making it unlivable. It was a wash. And no pun intended, but with it, all my hopes came crumbling down. It was ridiculous and scary, a scary that you don't really think about until you rethink about it. I don't know if Sean saw this. Could never really bring myself to ask him. But before the whole skeleton thing, I saw 2 red eyes glowing in the bathroom. I thought it was an electrical plug, but when we went in and flipped on the lights, nothing resembled what I saw in the hallway. There was a pretty cool rotary phone on the wall that I was going to take, but when Sean started bleeding all over the carpet, we had to leave fast. So, the next time you're in the market to purchase a home, you should ask your real estate agent if they've ever had to sell a haunted house. If they like you, you'll surely get at least one good story. This was mine free of charge. Or better yet, first one's on the house. I used to work at a cafe in a newly gentrified neighborhood. A few years ago, you couldn't safely drive down the street after dark, but now it's like a little slice of Mayberry, except for the alleyway behind my cafe. My friend worked there first, but he moved away. Before he left, he suggested me as a replacement. We got to work together for his last week, and I learned the ropes. One of my duties was to take the trash out at the end of each shift. On my first day, we took it out together, and he told me to be careful because an evil spirit was haunting the alley. There have been multiple murders there over the years, muggings and gang wars gone wrong. I thought that he was messing with me, but he wouldn't relent. He just insisted that I'd get proof soon enough. Supposedly, the dumpster lids have tried to close on his hands multiple times, so I needed to throw the bags inside. The lids fold over the sides of the dumpster, so I couldn't imagine how they could close on their own. The wind would have to be insane. Nothing particularly unusual happened all week. Sometimes we would catch a glimpse of something darting behind the dumpster, but I assumed that it was a rat or a cat. The steak and seafood restaurant is on the other side of the alley, so there's no shortage of wildlife. The following week, my training wheels were off. I wasn't worried about evil spirits at all. I spent my breaks vaping in the alley, and one day a girl from the restaurant came out a few minutes after me. She said that she'd been waiting for someone else before she took her own break because she was too afraid to be out there alone. We talked a little, and she claimed that both of our dumpsters started shaking while she was out there the day before, that it was violent, like there were bum fights happening inside. But both were too full of trash for anyone to actually be in there. When I suggested it could have been animals, she shook her head. The shaking was so hard that parts of the dumpsters would lift off the ground. It only went on for a few seconds, but it terrified her. She seemed genuine. I was pretty skeptical. I even asked if she'd known Brett, but she said she'd only been working there for a few days. I mean, I didn't necessarily believe her, but I didn't want to argue either. For the next few days, she appeared every time I went on break, and we would shoot the shit till it was time to go back in. And then I had a shift on her day off, and I was out there alone again. It was in the evening, just starting to get dark outside. I dropped my vape pen, bent down to pick it up, and I got shoved into the wall, hard. I barely got my hands up in time to stop my face from hitting brick. I turned around, furious, but there was no one else out there. No one. I walked up and down the alley looking for someone hiding, but it was just empty. There had been no footsteps, nothing. I know I was pushed. I felt something touch my lower back and shove me forward. That's a really hard sensation to imagine. If I'd lost my balance, I would have fallen with way less force. That shit really got to me. I had no way to explain it. I skipped my last break for that shift. It took me 3 seconds to chuck the trash out when we closed, and I went straight home. The next couple of weeks were normal. I was rarely alone, and when I was, it was only for a few minutes. Eventually, I forgot about the incident. Time has a way of distorting our memories, so I let myself believe maybe I had been mistaken. Maybe I had tripped over my own foot. Who the hell knows? Now comes the reason I had to find a new job. I worked the lunch shift on a bright, sunny day. Nothing nefarious about it at all. So when it came time to take out the trash, I really wasn't worried about anything. All I had to do was toss it and go. Well, one of the bags broke open on the back swing, and the trash went everywhere. I started picking it up, and though I didn't notice a breeze, a coffee cup blew out of reach as I bent down for it. It was like a cartoon. I would try to grab it, and it would blow a little further away. Finally, it landed against the restaurant wall, against the back of the dumpster. As soon as my hand touched it, a sharp pain radiated through my wrist, like something was biting me. I don't mean like a bug. I mean something bigger. It hurt. It felt like multiple teeth were puncturing my skin. I instantly dropped the cup and started inspecting my arm. I fully expected to see blood, but the skin was unbroken. Instead, there was a thin, bright red circle forming around the backside of my wrist. I ran to the bathroom and held it under some cold water, but it did nothing to help. I went home and the pain only got worse. By the next day, it looked like someone had branded me. The thin ring on my wrist had turned into a blister, just like a second-degree burn. I swear, it didn't touch anything. All I did was bend down for a stupid cup. Even if I had touched something, there was nothing on the wall or the dumpster that could do that. It was a sunny day, but not nearly hot enough to turn a dumpster into a branding iron. I don't know what the hell happened. My wrist healed after a few weeks and it's fine now, but I didn't want to work at that cafe anymore. I got a new job waitressing in a different part of town. and I haven't gone back since. I'm sure I'm not unique in that I sleep with the TV on. I always have, just low enough for background noise. I live alone and silence makes me spiral, so the soft flicker of light and sound, it's always helped me sleep. I've got an old flat screen in my bedroom, still works fine, though it's not smart or anything, just runs off a cable box and some preloaded channels I never use. About a month ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and the TV was on static. Full screen, gray and fuzzy. It's the sort of thing that hasn't really been a thing since analog went out. I figured the cable box reset and there was an outage or something. I turned it off, rolled over, and didn't think much of it. But it happened again the next night, and again, always the same time, around 3:30, never earlier or later. Obviously, I just thought this was a software, hardware issue, so I just tried everything I knew, reset the box, switched HDMI cords, and then switched TVs, with the one in the living room. It didn't matter, though. The static kept coming back, and then about a week in, I noticed something, I guess, in the static. It wasn't clear at first, just a faint shift in the snow, like some of the fuzz was moving differently than the rest. I stared at it for too long enough to feel ridiculous, like I was tricking myself. But then something moved. A figure, human-shaped, just standing there, moving back and forth. I sat up and blinked, and it was gone. The next night, I tried to find it again, and I couldn't see it at first, but sure enough, there it was. This time, it stayed longer. Still blurry, still faint, but standing dead center in the screen, facing forward. It was like watching me. I started unplugging the TV before bed, but even turned off or unplugged, the screen would faintly glow, like a flicker. One night I wasn't even looking directly at the screen. I was brushing my teeth. I glanced over at the reflection in the dresser mirror, and I saw a figure, clear as day, standing in the middle of the static. And right as I turned, it's like it shifted. It blinked. It wasn't a trick of the light, not a glitch. It was a deliberate, slow blink. Two dark shapes opening and closing where its eyes would be. And then the screen just went black. I didn't sleep in that room after that. I decided to get a smart TV. I did plug it in, got rid of the others. I don't know. I don't even really like looking at the TV when it's off. I'm constantly thinking I'm gonna see something in it, you know? It's been a while, so it doesn't really creep me out the same way it used to, but it still does, a little. It's that weird little nagging question in the back of your mind. What's watching from the other side? I've shared this story before, and believe it or not, it was taken humorously. I may not go as far as calling you a bad person for laughing, but I can assure you, it's not a funny story. It's actually a story so traumatic that I can remember odd and every detail, and I was 7 years old when it happened. My bus stop was on a road that makes a super tight L shape. That's where me and the other kids from Deer Lake Elementary waited for the bus to pick us up in the morning. The bus stop area was designated by a big boulder on the side of the road in the grass, right at the elbow of the turn. After, it's another long road that branches off to different parts of the town, neighborhoods, and the school. If you go down even further, there's a graveyard at the end of it. A funeral procession was driving by one morning. Me and my friends see the hearse driving at us relatively fast. So all of us hop off the boulder and walk a couple of feet out of the way of the approaching hearse. The thing tries turning too late and hits the boulder head on. It was only going 20 at most, but it was enough to eject the casket out the back of the hearse. When it smacks onto the ground, both its doors pop open, and we get to see the peaceful old man resting in his casket slide past us. Problem is, coming up behind the hearse was the rest of the funeral attendees. First one's a blue Toyota truck with big tires. The guy driving doesn't see what happened from his vantage point. He knows how to take the turn, but he doesn't see the casket. He did feel the truck lift up a little bit on the front passenger side tire as it actually rolls into the open casket. The whole thing made a snap, as the wooden walls at the top of the casket was crushed under the truck, dropping it back down from its tilt. The driver was confused. I think he thought that he hit one of us bus stop kids because he immediately looked out his window at us with a, "Huh?" face. Then he hopped out and walked to the front of his truck and saw his tire inside the casket, flattening the upper half of the body like a pancake. He's like, "Oh no," and jumps back into the truck, throwing it into reverse and hitting the gas with enough torque to shoot the casket forward, out from under the body, spinning it around on concrete until it stopped in an Egyptian-looking pose. That's when me and my friends all went fucking nuts and ran home to our houses. From crash to pose, this whole thing lasted 12, 13 seconds at most, but I don't think I'll ever get the gross, flat-top corpse sliding around out of my core memories. Yuck and sad, really sad for the family. I'm sure they also didn't want that to happen. I live across the street from a funeral home. That's not the creepy part, at least not by itself. You get used to the quiet, the strange hours, the way the lights never seem to be fully off. But ever since I was little, I felt like the house we live in sees more than it should. I'm 19 now. The weird stuff's always been there. Feeling watched, sudden cold spots, things shifting off shelves when no one's around. But since the renovation last year, things have changed, especially in my room. This tapestry hanging on my wall, it gets yanked down, repeatedly, always at night, always when I'm not looking. I've rehung it more times than I can count, and it never happens during the day. I've also started hearing footsteps around my bed. Not creaks in the wood, not shifting pipes, but footsteps. You can feel them through the floor, since our house is on piers. They circle the bed sometimes. I hear them when the doors open. It's always quiet, slow, like someone pacing and waiting. But what really got me happened a few months ago. That night I was on the phone with my boyfriend, talking about how nice it would be to just fall asleep together, dumb stuff, sweet, harmless. After I hung up, I laid back in bed and immediately felt it. This pressure at the foot of the bed, like someone had gently placed their hand there. I froze. Then came the second sensation, a presence behind me. Not a breeze or a temperature drop, just the feeling of someone right there, lying against my back. A finger lightly draws circles on my back, slow, repetitive, intimate. It wasn't cold, it wasn't aggressive, but it wasn't a muscle twitch or my imagination. I laid there frozen, just waiting for it to stop. It didn't stop. It faded, eventually. That's the part that messes with me. I didn't feel the finger lift off me. It didn't break contact. It just dissolved. like it lost interest, or it was never fully physical to begin with. It happened again a few nights later. The same feeling, the same presence behind me, but this time it held my hand. I fell asleep like that, and I had this vague dream. A boy was there with me, but I couldn't make out his face. Just this soft, quiet feeling like I wasn't alone, and I didn't need to be. I don't think it's evil. I've felt that before. Oppressive, sickening energy. Whatever this is, it doesn't give me that. If anything, it feels lonely, almost careful. But yeah, I guess my question is, what kind of spirit can touch you? Not scare you, not whisper through vents, but actually reach you. Is it something I should worry about? Or is it just something that found me, that doesn't want to be alone? Things still move in the house. The tapestry gets tugged, but whatever was touching me, it hasn't come back lately. And I think I'm pretty okay with that. When I was a kid, my mom worked as an ICU nurse. My dad was in the Navy, so I spent a lot of time coloring at the charge nurse's desk when we couldn't find a babysitter. The charge nurse was named Debbie, and she was always very understanding about our situation. She and my mom became close friends over the years that they worked together. Of course, everyone loved Debbie. People say that she was the sweetest woman to ever walk the earth, that the way she cared for her patients was inspiring. She treated them like family, and when she lost one, she retreated to a faraway corner to cry her eyes out. If someone didn't have visitors for whatever reason, she would sit with them on her breaks and stay after her shift. She worked at the hospital for 32 years, even after she was diagnosed with cancer in '93. When she physically couldn't keep going, they fixed her up in the hospital, and all the nurses took turns visiting her. Coworkers and patients were the only family she had left, and they wanted to make sure she wasn't alone in the end. A few weeks after she passed, a mother came into the ICU with her 2 children. They'd been in a car wreck and had all received severe injuries. Sadly, neither of the kids survived. When the mother woke from surgery and learned the news, my mom and one of the other nurses retreated to the crying corner. As they got close, they could hear someone else was already there, sobbing. It sounded just like Debbie. But when they made it to the spot, no one was there. It was basically a supply closet without a door. There was no other way out, yet the room was empty. My mom said she's seen too many things not to believe in ghosts, so that was enough for her to be certain that Debbie's spirit was still with them. But her friend and the other nurses would need more convincing. Over the next 2 years, almost every doctor and nurse heard the crying at least once. It happened every time a particularly tragic death occurred, and, well, it was a hospital, so we're talking about not a rare occurrence. I wish I knew what's been happening in more recent years, but that's when we moved away. There wasn't much in the way of social media at the time, but then, if you moved across the country, you just never saw your old friends again. Strange concept, I know. Well, whatever happened there, I hope Debbie's at peace. I've believed in spirits, but I've never had my own experience. Not until I moved into a 1930s cabin in the Santa Cruz Mountains. Lone Pico, if you're familiar with the area. It's the neighborhood where Jerry Garcia lost his finger as a child. The finger was never recovered, fun fact, but that's another story. The cabin was absolutely quaint, with a huge wraparound deck above the redwoods. Magical. We were immediately in love. The only creepy thing I noticed at first was that the laundry room or basement was only accessible by stairs outside of the house, meaning if you needed to wash at night, you had to go out in the pitch black darkness and down the stairs. Super creepy. To brighten the basement up, I strung a long string of fairy lights around, but due to the moisture, the batteries in the box corroded and I took them out. This is important for later in this story. My boyfriend at the time worked nights, so I was alone a lot. I would work on my computer in the living room, and fairly often, out of nowhere, I'd feel a presence standing in the hallway, watching me. Nothing was ever there, but it always came from that same place. One time, I dog-sat a cute old pup. The second his owner left the house, the dog started growling at the hallway and stood in front to protect me. I sort of smirked, thinking how strange, he senses it too. And he didn't know me at all, no reason to protect me, really. Jump to a week before the big occurrence. I felt the presence in the hallway again and decided to speak to it. I went in the hallway and was like, "Listen, dude, you can be here, but you can't scare me like this. It's creeping me out. If you want to show your presence, just don't scare me." A week later, Santa Cruz was hit with the worst winter storm in 30 years, and our power was out for a week. One night, the boyfriend and I decided to go into town for a few hours. Before we left, we went around and turned off all the battery-powered lights that we had turned on. It's pitch black at night with no power. I turned off my headlamp, twinkle lights around the windows, and boyfriend turned off his flashlight. Then we headed into town. Around midnight, we returned. As we pulled into the driveway, every window in our house was pulsing light. I was totally freaked out. My boyfriend assured me that we must have left a light on. As we entered the cabin, I saw that all the twinkly lights were on blinking mode. I yelled for him to turn them off. There was no way I left them on. But he brushed me off. Except then, I looked at my headlamp on the table. It was also on blinking mode. "Ghosts, ghosts," I yelled to him. And just as he was about to brush me off again, he entered the bedroom where his flashlight had been. He said, and brought the flashlight out. It was also on blink mode. I was excited for a little while, but eventually it wore off and I went to sleep. The next day, I forgot about it, and that evening I ventured down to the basement to do laundry. Remember how it's pitch black outside? As I approached the basement door, I gasped. From under the door, I saw blinking lights. I couldn't stop laughing, and I was in disbelief. I knew there were no batteries in that light box. I opened the door, and sure enough, my string lights were on blink mode, and there was no batteries in the box. All the connections still corroded with acid. The ghost did exactly what I had asked. It showed its presence in a way that didn't scare me. It was almost silly. I never felt him again in the house. When I was about 16 or 17, I lived near some woods. They were a convenient shortcut to college, so I often walked through them, day or night, without ever feeling unsafe. But one night, that changed. I was walking home from the local pub, decided to take my usual shortcut through the woods. I strolled along, feeling relaxed, not bothered by the darkness around me at all. As I reached the end of the trail, I noticed a woman sitting alone on a bench. I nodded to her as I passed and said, "Good evening." And she slowly lifted her head, gave me a quiet smile, and replied, "And a very good evening to you." And then she started laughing, a strange, eerie laugh. I shrugged it off, assuming that she was just a bit odd, and I continued home. When I got in, both my parents were already in bed. I quietly made myself a cup of tea and sat down to watch some TV, trying to shake off the odd encounter. As I was sitting there, I suddenly looked up and froze. Through the front window, I saw the same woman standing outside, staring right at me. I jumped up, nearly spilling my tea. My heart was literally pounding as I rushed to the front door, flung it open, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But she just stood there, silent, still staring. "Get out of here," I shouted. She finally turned around and walked away, heading back towards the road in the direction of the woods. I watched until she disappeared, and then I locked the door and went to bed, feeling unnerved. The next morning, I went downstairs and found my parents and sister having breakfast. I started telling them about the creepy night, explaining how the woman had followed me from the woods. But then my sister looked at me and said, "Are you serious? I heard you shouting last night, so I looked out my window. You were alone. There was no one there." "Rubbish. She was right outside the window." "Nope," my sister insisted. "I watched the whole time. It was just you, yelling at nothing." Since that night, I've avoided the woods. I never saw her again, and honestly, I don't want to. As a member of my agency's dive team, I was called upon to search an abandoned rock quarry during a missing person investigation. The victim had been reported missing by his wife, and a 6-month investigation by the detective assigned to the case had yielded no clues as to his whereabouts. After only 10 to 15 minutes of searching, I located the victim's vehicle at the bottom of a quarry, in about 35 feet of water. I was unable to determine whether or not the victim's body was in the vehicle. This was due to the roof of the vehicle being smashed and the vehicle being upside down. At this point, we marked the vehicle's location on the bottom with a buoy and called for a wrecker to winch the vehicle out of the water. Once the wrecker arrived on scene, we rigged the vehicle with cables, and the wrecker began to pull the vehicle out of the water. As soon as the air bubbles that had been trapped in the car reached the surface, we knew the victim was in the vehicle. The smell was absolutely horrid. I'd never in my life smelled something that horrible. I can only describe it as a combination of rotting human flesh, fish, and swamp. The detective on scene began to retch and dry heave. The wrecker driver lost his lunch, and a state trooper nearly passed out. It was that awful. Once we had the vehicle out of the water, we were met with a ghastly sight. The victim was still in the driver's seat with his seatbelt on. His body was bloated and had a green and black mottled appearance. The body was in terrible shape from its 6 months in the water. We were unable to pull the body out of the car because every time we tried, the skin slipped off the bone and tore off in chunks. After some serious thought, we decided to have the local rescue squad cut the roof and the doors off the vehicle to allow us better access to the body. We were finally able to get the victim into a body bag, mostly intact. I was able to decontaminate and shower on scene using the shower in our mobile command center. When I arrived home after leaving the scene, my wife immediately put her hand over her mouth and nose, exclaiming, "What is that awful smell?" So, once again, I showered and spent plenty of time scrubbing. This was definitely the worst smell I've ever encountered in 14 years as an emergency responder. It was determined that the victim had gone into the quarry to sit in his vehicle and smoke crack. Somehow he mistakenly hit the accelerator, sending the vehicle into the quarry, thus ending his life. This happened a couple of years ago. It still makes me hesitate before opening the bathroom door at night, which is why I tend to just keep it open. The backstory. I grew up in this house. My parents passed it down to me after they moved to Florida. It's nothing fancy, just a split level with creaky floors, a bathroom that never quite feels warm, no matter how long the shower runs. That bathroom, by the way, has always been off. Even when I was a kid, it had this heaviness to it, like the air inside was a little thicker, maybe a little colder. But you chalk that stuff up to bad vent or poor insulation, you move on. Anyway, it was about 2 a.m. I'd just gotten back from a business trip, dead tired, jet-lagged, stomach still on Pacific time. I got up to pee, half asleep, lights off, just enough moonlight spilling through the window to navigate. I pushed open the bathroom door without turning on the light. I do this a lot. But this time, someone was sitting there, just sitting on the closed toilet lid, with their back facing me. At first, I thought it was just a trick of my eyes. Maybe I'd set something there and forgot. Maybe my brain was still foggy, but no, there was a figure there. Shoulders, hair, even the faint outline of hands resting on their knees. A woman, still as stone. I didn't say anything, I just stared. She slowly turned her head, but not all the way. Just enough that I could see the side of her face. But there was no face. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just this blank, empty stretch of skin. I must have hit the light switch without realizing it because the room flooded with light all of a sudden, and she was gone. Completely. No sound, no movement. It was just me standing there with my heart pounding like I'd sprinted up a flight of stairs. I checked the whole house. Every door was still locked, alarm was set, nothing disturbed. But I didn't sleep the rest of that night. What really gets me is the fact that I didn't really feel afraid at first, not until she turned. There was something familiar about her posture, like I'd seen her before. But here's the kicker. The next morning, while I was trying to convince myself it was all a dream, I went back into the bathroom, and I found the toilet seat down. I live alone. I never put the seat down. It's been 2 years. I still live here. But I find myself not using that bathroom as much. I guess I'm afraid of seeing her again. Maybe even realizing I recognize her or something. I don't know. It still messes with me. When I was a kid around 15 years old, I was home alone trying to sleep in my room. My parents' house has a wooden floor, so you can hear people walk around the house easily. I started hearing noises as if someone was walking around. I got confused, but was also too scared to move. I pulled the blanket over myself, just leaving the back of my head exposed. I kept hearing the sounds getting closer. Suddenly, I just felt this cold air being blown toward the back of my head, as if someone was breathing on me. I was silently freaking out, thinking, what if some crazy person broke into the house and is now gazing at my cranium? I was about to cry, because the experience was genuinely traumatizing me. I kept feeling this breathing like a breeze for some time, and then it would stop. I heard something move out of my room, and then the sounds just vanished. I also sleep with the door to my room closed, and the next morning, it was open. Safe to say I didn't sleep properly for weeks after that. I told my parents about it. They checked for any signs to see if somebody had been breaking in. They found nothing. Also, they asked our next-door neighbor to take a look at his cameras to see if anyone had entered or left the house that night. And again, nothing. His security cameras reached our porch, and nothing. Not really a paranormal thing I saw, but I felt, because there was definitely something in our house, and it still creeps the fuck out of me to this day. We'd been clearing debris for most of the day. Fallen branches, bits of siding, and a few stray trash bins lodged into fences. The worst of the storm had passed, but it had left behind quite a mess. My neighbor Garrett was helping me with the last of the cleanup near the edge of our property when he paused and turned toward the woods. "You hear that?" he asked me. I didn't at first, but after a few seconds, I caught it. A voice, low and distant, calling out from the trees. Faint, but not enough to be a trick of the wind. Help me. Garrett looked at me. I could tell we were both thinking the same thing. Someone had gotten trapped out there in the storm, maybe swept in by the floodwaters or disoriented, trying to find shelter. So we grabbed flashlights, made our way down the muddy slope that bordered the woods. But the farther we walked, the more it felt off. And that voice, well, no matter how far we walked, it never got any closer. Just kept calling out. Same tone, same pace, always just beyond reach. Eventually we came to this break in the trees where the ground dipped into a shallow ravine. That's when Garrett's flashlight flickered and died. Mine kept going, but only barely. The beam pulsed like it was struggling. Then we heard it again. It was closer now, but it was different. Not scared, but angry. Hungry, even. Help me. It wasn't coming from ahead anymore. It was behind us. We both turned fast, expecting to see something, but there was nothing there. Just the dark stretch of woods and silent and waiting. We didn't run, not at first. But we didn't speak either. We just started moving, faster and faster, until we were out of the trees and back into the neighborhood, soaked in sweat and mud. Then we ran back to my house. Garrett was silent the whole time and eventually left. He doesn't talk about that night. Not anymore. He says he didn't hear anything after all. Maybe it was just the storm messing with us, he says. But I know better. Something for sure called us out there. And I swear I've even heard it again. And there's a part of you that knows it's not real or not human. Not something you can find. And I think that just makes it scarier. I think that's why Garrett won't talk about it. I was at my friend's parents' house for their annual party. This party has happened every year for 20-ish years and sees many friends and families come and go. Their house is relatively old, built in the 1910s or 20s, and they have stories about resident ghosts, but they're always considered friendly. Before the party was really underway, I was outside with my friend's boyfriend, and this was his first time at the party. I was maybe 10, 15 feet in front of him, drawing on the sidewalk. We were facing each other, but not talking or anything. There was no one outside except for a small group of people loudly talking, maybe a block away. I very clearly heard a loud whisper, "Hi," in my left ear. It was a loud whisper, like when loud people try to whisper and it comes out breathy but still loud. I felt that warm breath, and my hair even moved by my ear. I turned to look at who was behind me, and there was no one. As I'm very confused, looking to see who whispered, my friend's boyfriend shoots up and starts power walking towards me, and he asks, "Did you hear that?" He also heard the whisper. It was also right in his ear, except for him, it was his right ear, which means the whisper came from the same direction as I experienced it, since we were facing each other. He thought that it was my friend messing with him, but there was no one outside with us. We both looked around to see if someone had hid, but there was no way. We've decided that it was maybe a ghost of the house, or maybe one of the ghosts of a friend who used to attend the party. We've had a few pass on who used to be fixtures at the event. Either way, they were just saying hi. When I was a kid, maybe 5 or 6, I used to talk to someone in my closet. Not like an imaginary friend. At least, that's not what it felt like. I never gave him a name, and he never came out during the day. He would just talk to me at night. Always just a soft whisper from behind the closed door. Nothing scary, really. Just little things like, "It's okay," or "Don't be afraid." I remember asking him once why he stayed in there. He said, "Because I can't leave." Eventually we moved, and I didn't think about it again for years. Fast forward to last Thanksgiving, I was visiting my parents and going through some old boxes in the attic. I find this big envelope filled with papers, a small photo album from our old house. Inside was an old newspaper clipping. A boy, age 7, had died in the home before we'd bought it. He was found in the closet, hiding. I didn't say anything to my parents, just quietly slipped the photo back into the box. I guess it's rare, but I've had a few experiences with spirits. I guess this is just my favorite one. I never met my father-in-law. He passed before I met my husband, Paul. Paul and I were having a hard time. He said that he wanted a divorce. I agreed. That night, his father, Frank, visited me in a dream and begged me not to leave his son. He said Paul needed me, and I needed him. I decided it was just a strange dream and ignored it. The next day at work, I got a call from my husband's boss. Paul had a heart attack and was going to the hospital. I got in my car and sped off. Frank appeared in my car, told me to say out loud that I loved my husband and he would live. I ignored him. At the hospital, I watched as Paul died twice and was shocked back to life each time. Then they wheeled him away to the cath lab. I was sent to a private waiting room, and I knew that they didn't expect my husband to make it. I could see Frank looking at me, sadly, but he wouldn't talk to me. I began crying, and I said, "Please live, my darling husband. I need you. I love you." After a couple of hours, the doctors came in and told me that he had inserted several stents, that my husband's health was iffy. He died once more in the cath lab, but they brought him back. Paul was wheeled to cardiac ICU. I sat by him, told him I loved him. He made it through the night, and the next night, and the next night. Our marriage has been very happy for the past 7 years since that time. Frank peeks in from time to time, but keeps quiet. I've experienced something in a hospital a couple of times. I work on the really advanced stuff, and at one facility, I was part of a 2-man team responsible for Linux, which is linear accelerators, radiation therapy units. Most of the hospital was a little grim, even for a hospital, but the cancer center was like a tomb. It comes with the territory that if you work on the high-end stuff, you'll work some odd hours, late nights, and weekends are the norm. So I was completely alone. The department empties at about 5:30, and by 6, you're it. Of course, you could always feel something there, even if it was just you and the phone. One day I was working on replacing a fitting in the gas system, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of an infusion pump giving a KVO alarm from the closet. That's the sound that the pump makes when it completes a drug treatment. That was on a weekend, with no patient or nurse in sight, on a device that's stored off completely in a totally empty cancer treatment center, and it had just gone off. I chose to hurry up and get the hell out of Dodge after connecting the new bottle. My second experience was actually worse. I was working on the same system when the door to the vault closed. Before you say that it isn't a big deal, these doors are about 8 inches thick and motorized. And then the machine started to actually move, like it was starting a treatment, while it was in service mode. This doesn't make it impossible, just extremely unlikely that it was just a simple malfunction, since in that mode you have to individually command each motion. Luckily, it didn't try to start the beam, and I got out of there before it went much further. I don't do Linux anymore, at least not alone. This happened when I was about 8 or 9. My mom was dating this guy at the time, kind of a jerk, but nothing out of the ordinary. One night he told me to go downstairs and grab him a glass of water. I didn't argue, I just got up and went. I got to the kitchen, still half asleep, and that's when I saw something. A black figure, standing at the sink. Not moving, not reacting, just standing there. I froze. My brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing. Was it a shadow? Trick of the light? But no, there was something there. I could make out the shape of a person. Then, panic kicked in. I turned and bolted back upstairs. My heart was pounding. I burst into my mom's room and I tried to explain, but her boyfriend just rolled his eyes, told me I was imagining things. "Go back to bed," he said, like I hadn't just seen something or someone in our kitchen. I didn't sleep much that night. For years, I told myself that it had to have been a shadow, my tired eyes playing tricks on me, some weird childhood fear that got blown out of proportion. But now, looking back as an adult, I'm about 99% sure that it wasn't a shadow. Some dude was just standing in my kitchen in the middle of the night, casually using our sink. I don't know what's scarier, the idea that I saw something paranormal, or the fact that in the rough neighborhood we lived in, it was probably just some guy. Some people hear this story and think, wow, what a creepy coincidence. Others hear it and think, yeah, that was definitely a spirit. And honestly, some people laugh. But I believe this was my first paranormal experience. Many years ago, when I was around 7 years old, me and my family were at a cemetery visiting my grandfather, which we barely did because we lived so far away. It was actually my first visit. He had died when I was 3. By the time we visited the graveyard, it had changed a lot. A lot more people had died, and the graveyard had gotten bigger. It was raining, so I had my umbrella with me. It was small for a child. I was walking around with it to protect myself from the rain. I also remember really liking it. We were there for an hour just searching for my grandfather's grave, but we just couldn't find it. We searched every corner, but it seemed like it wasn't there. So my father wanted us to go home since we had a long drive ahead of us and needed to get back. So I went through the rows of graves back to my family, when suddenly my umbrella got stuck in a bush above one of the graves. I kept pushing and trying to pull it out, but it just wouldn't let go. Since I didn't want to leave the umbrella there, my father came up to me and tried to help. It took a while. I'm not even sure how it got stuck this bad to begin with, but it just wouldn't come out of the plant. When my father finally managed to untangle the umbrella from the bush, he looked up, only to see that the bush was on my grandfather's grave. It really felt like it was supposed to happen. My dad has several stories from hauling logs in Idaho and driving trucks through Utah and Nevada. But my favorite is actually from his days just driving his pickup truck through Utah. He said that there was a light keeping pace with him out in the desert on a moonless night. It kept pace for a minute before it disappeared, and then his truck turned off. He was stopped. He turned it back on and pulled off at the next diner. The folks in the diner called it a common occurrence. I always liked that one. Now the creepiest one is when he was hauling logs in Idaho and was coming down from Coeur d'Alene area. during a snowy winter night. He was putting on chains before heading down the steep grade and said that all of the hair stood up on his body. It felt like there was something watching him. Halfway down the switchbacks, he saw a large figure standing on a 20-foot tall embankment. As he got closer, it jumped down and then leaped over to the other side of the embankment. At the time, he thought that it was a Sasquatch. Now, he says it was probably a demon trying to make him crash. He didn't stop to remove the chains until he was well away from the mountain. One night I was driving home at around 2 a.m., and this tiny, tiny white creature, probably as tall as a Pringles can, though maybe a bit smaller, walked across the road in front of my car. I couldn't believe what I saw, so I called my then-boyfriend and frantically described the creature. He told me that sounded like a Fresno nightcrawler. When I got home and looked it up, that's exactly what it looked like. I'd never even heard about them before. I don't live in California, not even close. I still have no clue what it was. Some more details about what I saw, because I hadn't thought about this for a while, but now it's coming back to me. The bottoms of its legs ended in what looked like flowing bits or ribbons, and it was almost translucent. I could almost see the road through the creature. It walked at a kind of jaunty pace, like a person might walk. The best way to describe it is like a super steppy walk that the dwarves would sometimes do in Snow White, or Mickey Mouse does sometimes. I slowed my car down, but was afraid to stop it completely, and the thing disappeared as my car went through it. Honestly, it was so fucking cute, I wasn't even scared. But I was a little shaken up having seen something like this. My next-door neighbor growing up was a friend of mine, and we had kind of a hangout spot in the patch of woods that ran behind our houses. We were about 14 and were experimenting with cigarettes, so that's where we went to hide. We were out there one day towards sunset and heard her grandmother calling to us. We panicked and put out our cigarettes so that we wouldn't get caught, and as she called our names again, her voice sounded closer this time. That's when we realized that, A, her grandmother lived at least 3 hours away and to our knowledge was not expected to visit, and B, the voice was coming from deeper into the woods, not from our backyards. We freaked, and we dashed out of the woods to the safety of our yards. And as we ran, we heard her call out one last time, but her voice sounded different this time, kind of deeper, angry sounding. We didn't enter those woods ever again, unless it was broad daylight. We never heard anything like that again, but by far the scariest experience of my life. This happened when my entire family was downstairs watching TV, except for my sister, who's non-ambulatory due to a developmental disability. My sister was asleep in her room, directly above the room that we were all in. First, we heard a loud bang, as if she fell out of bed. We all looked at each other, and then muted the TV. That's when we all heard a voice. So similar to hers, I'd sworn it was her. It called out, "Help, Mom, help." And we all ran upstairs. We opened her bedroom door to see that she was asleep, safely in her bed. Nothing on the floor, even though we had heard something fall directly above us. No idea who was calling for us that night. That's only one of many weird stories over the years. There was constant activity in that house.